with the odd rumble of thunder possible. It'll be rather warm, especially in the southeast, but there'll be a brisk wind with coastal gales in the far northwest. The afternoon will see rain edging eastwards.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
Hello, good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Friday, the 17th of April. These are your headlines. The Foreign Office's top civil servant is out of a job after his department failed to inform the Prime Minister that Lord Mandelson failed security vetting for the role of US Ambassador. Sir Keir Starmer is accused of lying to Parliament by telling MPs due process was followed with Mandelson's appointment, and there are calls for him to resign. Also ahead, a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon comes into effect, but the Lebanese claim it's already been violated. So all eyes on the Middle East, but could Cuba be next in Donald Trump's sights? We'll have a special report from Havana. And at 6:40, we'll be seeing what's making headlines in today's papers with author and broadcaster Emma Wolfe. Really good to have your company this morning. Well, the top civil servant in the Foreign Office is out of a job this morning after it was revealed that his department failed to inform the Prime Minister that Lord Mandelson had failed security vetting for the role of US Ambassador. Sky News understands that Sir Olly Robbins has lost the confidence of Sir Keir Starmer and the Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper. The government says Foreign Office officials made the decision to grant Peter Mandelson top security clearance without telling ministers, including the Prime Minister. Well, opposition parties are calling for Sir Keir Starmer's resignation. Here's a reminder of what he had to say about Peter Mandelson's appointment earlier this year.
There was a due diligence exercise that culminated in questions being asked. Because I wanted to know the answer to certain issues, that's why those questions were asked. The answer to those questions were not truthful. There was then, I should add, security vetting carried out independently by the security services, which is an intensive exercise that gave him clearance for the role, and you have to go through that before you take up the post. Clearly, both the due diligence and the security vetting need to be looked at again. I've already strengthened the due process. I think we need to look at the security vetting because it now transpires that what was being said was not true. And had I known then what I know now, I'd never have appointed him in the first place.
Well, let's talk more about this. We're joined by our political correspondent, Lucy McDade. So calls now for the Prime Minister to resign. They're accusing him, essentially, Lucy, of lying.
Yeah, to put it simply, that's exactly what they're doing. This is a decision that Keir Starmer made that is repeatedly coming back to haunt him. And I don't think it's an underestimation to say that at the moment it's a decision that's really defining his time in Number 10. So this was first reported in The Guardian yesterday, confirmed later by Number 10 themselves. Peter Mandelson failed the security vetting process that was undertaken while he was being appointed to the role of British Ambassador to the United States. But that decision was overruled by the Foreign Office. And Number 10 is now saying Starmer wasn't made aware of any of this until this week. According to Downing Street sources, the Prime Minister is absolutely furious. As you say, the question is now whether the Prime Minister misled MPs. He has repeatedly said over months that the full process was followed. Those calls now coming from opposition leaders for Keir Starmer to resign if he did mislead MPs, quite notably from Kerry Badenoch, somebody who has been quite strong in criticising the Prime Minister, but hasn't quite gone this far. Let's listen to what they're saying now.
If he has misled Parliament, as it looks like he has, he should resign. If he has broken the ministerial code, as it looks like he has, he should resign. If he withheld documents from, via cover-up from Parliament, he should resign.
He was relying on the vetting process as his defence. It looks like the vetting process was ignored. This is hugely serious, and I think he will probably have to go.
It must be the case that the Prime Minister had been told he failed vetting. He lied to the British people, he lied to Parliament, he must resign.
So 3 political party leaders there. The Greens' Zach Polanski is also calling for the same. And as you just said, this feels like those opposition leaders are circling now, and that matters because the political pressure builds, the pressure for answers continues. Downing Street really is pleading ignorance here, maybe hoping that that washes with MPs. We understand that the Prime Minister might face MPs in the Commons as early as Monday, trying here to correct the record. But all of this, questions come back now to Keir Starmer's judgment. Ultimately, Peter Mandelson was still appointed to that role, and yet more revelations about the security process and whether or not it was good enough. Yeah, judgment and grip and authority. Lucy, for now, thank you so much. So much more on that story to come for you. We're going to move on now because a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon is now officially underway. Now, the pause in fighting came into effect at 10 o'clock last night. But the Lebanese army, well, they're claiming that since then there's been shelling on several villages in the south of the country. It's worth noting that Hezbollah, the group backed by Iran, was not part of the agreement. And Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has confirmed his forces won't withdraw from southern Lebanon. Here's what he and President Trump had to say before the ceasefire began.
We remain in Lebanon in a thickened security zone. It is not the 5 points that were before the Iran war. It is a security strip that begins at the sea and continues to Mount Dov and the outskirts of Mount Hermon up to the Syrian border. There we are staying. We are not leaving. This allows us, first of all, to break the danger of infiltration into our communities, and secondly, it allows us to prevent direct anti-tank fire into the communities. The communities are now protected from these 2 dangers.
We're going to be meeting with Bibi Netanyahu, as you know, and the president of Lebanon. And I had a great talk with both of them today. They're going to be having a ceasefire, and that'll include Hezbollah. And I think it could be number 10 for me. They're all agreeing it's a very nice little package for about a week. and we're not going to have lots of bombs dropping, and we're going to see if we can make peace between Lebanon and Israel.
Well, Donald Trump has also posted on Truth Social overnight. The US president wrote this: "I hope Hezbollah acts nicely and well during this important period of time. It will be a great moment for them if they do. No more killing, must finally have peace." Well, our US correspondent David Blevins asked the US president how he thought the ceasefire would be perceived on this side of the Atlantic.
What message do you think the ceasefire in Lebanon sends to the UK and other European allies who chose not to get involved in the war?
Well, you know, we spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO, and when I asked them to get involved on a much smaller situation, which is Hormuz and Iran, they weren't there for us. Remember what I said. They weren't there. None of them. They weren't there. So we were there on Ukraine. I mean, we shouldn't have been. It would have never happened if I were president. But nevertheless, when they've had problems over the years, we were there. When we asked them to get involved on a very minor skirmish by comparison to what it could be, they weren't there. So I don't think they'd be there for a large skirmish, and therefore I think they've got themselves a problem.
Yeah, President Trump talking to our David Blevins there. Well, this ceasefire is significant, with more than 2,000 people having been killed and 7,000 injured by Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon since the start of the war. Well, our lead world presenter, Yalda Hakim, sent this analysis from Beirut.
A 10-day ceasefire announced by the US President Donald Trump has come into effect. Although it will be fragile and difficult to maintain, there will be moments where the ceasefire will be broken. But there are hopes that this time things will be different. This was a difficult and very sensitive ceasefire to negotiate. But the US President, after speaking with the President of Lebanon and the Prime Minister of Israel, made this announcement. He also said that he hopes that the two men will be able to come together face to face in the White House. This is a significant moment. While it isn't a roadmap to some kind of peace, the fact that after 6 weeks of war, of hostilities, there will be now some kind of cessation of those hostilities is a big moment for Lebanon. Over the course of the last 6 weeks, we've seen more than 2,000 people killed, over 1 million people displaced. And of course, we saw that brutal attack that took place across this country last Wednesday, where there were 100 strikes in just 10 minutes, which killed 357 people. There are still big questions that need to be asked. And I put that to Lebanon's displacement minister. I asked him what actually would happen next. Just have a listen to what he had to say.
Lebanon has made it clear we will not accept any long-term stay. Any solution has to include total Israeli withdrawal from all Lebanese territory. Not 1 inch from Lebanon is going to be given up. We will insist on that, and I think the US and Israel have said they have no territorial ambitions. Israel has said that. The US has passed on the same message repeatedly, that Israel does not have any territorial ambitions in Lebanon.
So the big issues for the Lebanese government, on the one hand, they say that they cannot accept the IDF staying on Lebanese territory. And on the other hand, they know the importance of disarming and decommissioning Hezbollah's arms. So this will be a major task for this country. And you can just see in the images behind me the tracer ammunition, the sound of gunfire here, as this country and this nation comes to terms with the fact that perhaps for just a small moment there might be an end to this war.
President Donald Trump's effective oil blockade on Cuba has entered its 4th month. He's starving the Caribbean nation of fuel in a maximum pressure campaign to bring down the island's communist government and perhaps, in his words, take Cuba. But as Sky News has seen, inside the country, it's the people who are suffering the most. Now, the US and Cuba have been foes ever since the island's communist revolution in the 1950s, when American economic embargoes began. President Trump went further in January, signing an executive order threatening countries that supply oil to Cuba with tariffs. Now, Cuba imports 60% of its fuel from Russia, Mexico and Venezuela, and the de facto blockade means petrol and diesel are reduced to a trickle. Now, there are regular blackouts, sometimes lasting an entire week from a collapsing national power grid. And food shortages, well, they're tragically routine, with hours-long queues for even the basics. And the UN says 1 million people are dependent on water trucking, which is severely constrained by the lack of diesel. Our chief correspondent, Stuart Ramsey, reports from the Cuban capital, Havana.
The centre of Havana is plunged into darkness once again. The Cuban government doesn't have enough oil to keep its power grid working. It has no choice but to switch it off. Even the capital can be no longer spared. If there are lights, they come from car batteries or saved-up solar energy. Remember, these are some of Havana's main districts. They've never been deprived of electricity like this before. A Cuba powerless to provide its people with power. Illuminated by headlights or with torches, people prepare for an early night. When the night falls now, normal life is suspended. Just because it's daylight doesn't mean there's power. Some of the power cuts last for days at a time. Cuba is into its 4th month since Donald Trump's government imposed a blockade of all fuel to the country. The blockade doesn't just affect power. It affects every facet of life here, and it's unraveling faster than anyone predicted. There's a growing food shortage now, and people are desperate. Through rubbish bins, they search for anything of value and anything worth eating. Some collected in bags, slowly working their way through the mound of rubbish, seeking out discarded fruit and vegetables rotting beneath the blistering sun, sifting out what they can scavenge from here. These aren't homeless people, they're desperate people. Others can't wait, inspecting the food, then eating it. It's that desperate. There's been incredible poverty here in Cuba for a long time, but this type of open, desperate need hasn't existed here for many years. And the streets of the capital don't usually look like this.
What people have been telling me is that the streets of Havana are famous for always being really clean, even though the people are really poor. But things have got worse, and as a lady was just explaining to me, this is here because the normal refuse people, the bin men, haven't got petrol to actually come and pick up the rubbish. So I've passed lots of street corners and it's like this.
Hours-long queues form outside barely functioning government-controlled bakeries. They're limited to 1 piece of bread per person when there is any to be had. We found that the government's bodega stores that once provided cheap essentials like rice and cooking oil are basically shut or empty. Barely anything on the shelves. Pharmacies as well have just empty shelves. This one appears to be open, but it seems there's virtually nothing in stock.
Please help me with 1 milk here.
On the street, a man approached me, asking for paracetamol.
I'm an English teacher. I teach a teenager in high school. But we have very few possibilities to buy new jobs, because the new market is, we can't afford. I mean, the people who live like me, like a wage, my income is 2,500 pesos like a teacher, and I can't afford to buy a new job.
As the Cuban government struggles to cope with this crisis, it's fallen on charities to provide some help. And the community of Santa Gidio Charity is now trying to feed a growing number of the most vulnerable. The elderly and the homeless line up for pasta. Meals are dished up by volunteers 3 times a week.
Well, the statistics vary, but somewhere between 72% and 90% of people in Cuba live in extreme poverty. But about 3/4 say that they miss at least one meal a day because they simply can't afford to buy the food. They just haven't any ways of getting to it. For these people, the most vulnerable in society, this is the absolute lifeline. This is possibly the only proper meal they're going to get today for certain, but maybe for large parts of the rest of the week.
The charity's director, Inares Suarez Cardenas, says the crisis is getting worse and they're being asked to provide more and more across society. The US blockade, she says, is pushing Cuba over the edge.
La situación de combustible inmoviliza.
The fuel situation paralyzes you. You can't move around. It limits you to a large degree. There are many things that need fuel to function, and we don't have it, so we are practically paralyzed. Many shelters, for example, have had to close because they don't have the means to operate.
Han tenido que cerrar porque no tienen cómo.
The tourism industry that brought billions of dollars of foreign currency into the country has dwindled. The once bustling tourist centres in Havana are virtually empty. There are few customers left to buy from the tourist shops and restaurants. The people of Cuba find themselves in the midst of an economic crisis that is worsening by the day. Years of government mismanagement combined with years of sanctions have left Cuba ill-prepared for the effects of President Trump's oil blockade. This is economic warfare every bit as destructive to life here as bombs and bullets would be. Crucial fuel supplies from Venezuela and Mexico have stopped on Trump's orders. A single Russian oil tanker has made it to Cuba in recent weeks, but that is it for the year so far. After Venezuela and Iran, President Trump says Cuba is next. Nobody here knows what next means, or whether it will make things even worse, if that is possible. Stuart Ramsey, Sky News, Havana, Cuba.
And do stay with us. We'll have more from Stuart Ramsey throughout the morning here on Sky News. He'll actually be joining us live in the studio at 9:30. Before then, let's take you through some of the front pages. Let's start with The Guardian. Mandelson failed security vetting for US role, and fresh calls, actually, for the Prime Minister to resign. Let's take a look at the Eye. Their headline, Starmer in peril again as Number 10 turns on the Foreign Office. The Prime Minister allegedly, they're saying, misled Parliament over the vetting of Mandelson. The Telegraph carrying the same story, saying the Conservatives have insisted that Sir Keir Starmer misled the House and the public too. The Express also leads with that story. Its front page and its headline, Starmer must resign after Britain lies to MPs. Elsewhere, the Mirror says Russian President Vladimir Putin has drawn up a hit list of 4 UK locations that they would target for backing Ukraine's war effort. And then the Star, it leads on a tribute to a former Arsenal goalkeeper who was killed in a car crash. It was hit by a train. Really stunning image there of the accident. And then the Metro, it's reporting that Victoria Beckham has been addressing the ongoing feud with her son, Brooklyn. So that's how the papers are looking. Do stay with us at 6:40. We'll have our full news review and I'll be joined by author and broadcaster Emma Wolf. Well, still to come on mornings here on Sky News. Our lives will never be the same. We sit down with the family of a pensioner who died after being attacked by an ex-cell bully.
A lifeline for millions of people living on both sides of one of the most volatile international borders.
It's dams like these that have become inflection points between the two nuclear-armed neighbours, which could potentially lead to water wars in the future. A terror attack has shattered the peace and tranquility of Kashmir. At least 26 people have been killed and as many injured when militants fired upon them. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
The old and young, all weary after being trapped for days, as the worst floods have hit Kerala in a century.
3 days we are on a rooftop. They have no food, nothing.
The roads have been inundated. The only way out is to get people by boat. There have been reported deaths and many injuries, several critical.
Many families will grapple with the unimaginable loss of one of the worst disasters in India's aviation history. The spiraling violence between two nuclear-armed neighbors that harbor decades of hostility just seems to be getting worse by the day. Garbage dumps like this not only threaten the lives of millions of people, but also pose a deadly consequence on the environment and climate.
It is a source of death, decay, disease and pollution for hundreds of thousands of people living in its shadows.
There is so much disease because of this garbage. Sometimes it's so difficult to just breathe.
Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Over the next 45 days, an estimated 400 million Hindu pilgrims are expected to converge here in Prayagraj on the banks of the holy river Ganga and Yamuna. It's a real kaleidoscope of people from all walks of life.
Well, hello and thank you for watching tonight on The Wrap. We will be joined by the very best commentators to explain the how and the why.
He did know what he was doing.
Both agree on that, can we?
No.
No. Can expect more analysis.
This is going to get deeper. I think it's going to end up with Russia.
Is war inevitable? What he's interested in is a deal.
That doesn't rule out strikes.
I disagree. And laughs along the way.
Plus, a look at tomorrow's headlines. The Wrap. Everything wrapped up for you from 10.
The owner of an unregistered XL Billy, which fatally attacked an 84-year-old man, will be sentenced today. Sean Garner was found guilty of owning a dog that caused injury while dangerously out of control. The victim, John McCall, spent over a month in intensive care and died as a result of his injuries. Our chief North of England correspondent, Greg Milam, sat down with John's family.
It's heartbreaking because he didn't get to die a dignified death like any other 84-year-old that would pass away. They would pass away at hospital looking like themselves.
It's been devastating. We should have spent the last night with him in his bungalow, at home with him, surrounded by his family, but we couldn't do that because due to the nature of his injuries.
What do you think of the person who was responsible for this?
At the end of the day, he didn't go out to set that dog out on anybody.
No, there was no intent. We know that. We are aware. Obviously, it's been a tragic accident. Well, it's been a tragic incident that's happened. We know that he didn't
want this to happen.
He didn't want it to happen. Sean Garner had this dog who he was supposed to have loved. He was supposed to have been part of the family. That dog was put outside with no food, no water, no dog bed, no blankets, no bones, nothing. He was just put outside, apparently locked in a dark shed, about the same size as that table, with nothing. Is that how you treat a family pet? No, not in my eyes, you don't. And there's going to be thousands of people up and down the country with their XL bully dogs at the side of them, going, well, my dog wouldn't do bad. And you know what? They're probably right. They wouldn't, because they're probably loved. They walk the dogs, look after the dogs, and that's how you should. He did not look after that dog. And that dog was put outside. That dog escaped. Sean Garner knows the truth. And he will live that with the rest of his life.
He's shown no remorse in court.
He's no empathy, not even an apology. He's only felt sorry for himself.
Like my son, he's only 9. And the impact that it's had on him, especially, it's devastating. He doesn't understand why Grandad's not here. He doesn't understand why a dog could do what a dog has done, but you've just got to try and tell him as much as you can while being very cautious of what you actually are telling them.
We're still living a nightmare because we will never, but this will be something we'll never get over. We will live with this forever. The grandkids, when they get older, and the great-grandkids, they'll never get over it. It'll always be in the back of your head, what happened to the granddad, what happened to our dad. It'll be something we'll never get over it.
OK, time to take a look at the weather now.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
Expect showers or more prolonged rain today, but high pressure will bring settled, if cooler, conditions this weekend. Northern and western Britain will see morning rain, locally heavy, while further west there'll be blustery showers. Rain over Britain will turn increasingly patchy as it moves eastwards, with showers following to Scotland. But southeastern parts, well, they're looking fine. Meanwhile, Ireland and Northern Ireland will see showers developing by lunchtime, but there'll be sunny spells too, and it will feel rather warm.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
Still to come on Mornings on Sky News, the Epstein scandal comes to Westminster. We hear from a survivor who has a message for the King and the Prime Minister.
The cameras are poised here, there, everywhere.
The day those present would never forget.
First question, Sky News.
Do you hate the thought of losing to him?
I hate the thought of losing to anyone.
Historic day here today. They are pushing forward.
They dash to the water.
Wait, what country are you from? the UK. Why don't you go back to your country?
Huge questions to be grappled with.
That is totally unprecedented. Been quite some day.
Let me start with breaking news.
A lifeline for millions of people living on both sides of one of the most volatile international borders. It's dams like these that have become inflection points between the two nuclear-armed neighbors, which could potentially lead to water wars in the future. A terror attack has shattered the peace and tranquility of Kashmir. At least 26 people have been killed and as many injured when militants fired upon them. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. The old and young, all weary after being trapped for days as the worst floods have hit Kerala in a century.
3 days we are on a rooftop. They have no food, nothing.
The roads have been inundated. The only way out is to get people by boat. There have been reported deaths and many injuries, several critical. Many families will grapple with the unimaginable loss of one of the worst disasters in India's aviation history.
The spiraling violence between two nuclear-armed neighbors that harbor decades of hostility just seems to be getting worse by the day. Garbage dumps like this not only threaten the lives of millions of people, but also pose a deadly consequence on the environment and climate. It is a source of death, decay, disease and pollution for hundreds of thousands of people living in its shadows.
There is so much disease because of this garbage. Sometimes it's so difficult to just breathe.
Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Over the next 45 days, an estimated 400 million Hindu pilgrims are expected to converge here in Prayagraj on the banks of the holy river Ganga and Yamuna. It's a real kaleidoscope of people from all walks of life.
Well, hello, and thank you for watching tonight on The Wrap. We will be joined by the very best commentators to explain the how and the why.
He did know what he was doing.
Both agree on that, can we?
No.
No. You can expect more analysis.
This is going to get deeper. I think it's going to end up with Russia.
Is war inevitable?
What he's interested in is a deal. That doesn't rule out strikes.
I disagree. And laughs along the way.
It was cheap.
Plus, a look at tomorrow's headlines. The Wrap. Everything wrapped up for you from 10.
Hello, this is Mornings on Sky News, and these are your headlines. Well, Sky News understands top civil servant Olly Robbins will leave his role after Sir Keir Starmer and Foreign Minister Yvette Cooper lost confidence in him. It follows a row over the security vetting of Peter Mandelson to become UK ambassador to the US. Well, the pressure is piling on the Prime Minister, who's facing calls to resign over claims he misled Parliament when he said due process had been followed over the ambassador appointment. Elsewhere, fireworks were visible on the Beirut skyline as a 10-day ceasefire came into effect between Israel and Lebanon. Well, the Lebanese army claims there's been shelling on several villages in the south of the country. Now, Now, we often talk about the men associated with Jeffrey Epstein, but we don't often hear from the survivors of his abuse. Well, one of them has been in Westminster calling for a public inquiry into a child trafficking network here in the UK. Lisa Phillips made a direct appeal to the Prime Minister and the King, and she sat down with Sky's Ali Fortescue.
My survivor sisters and I at Capitol Hill, you know, we've been fighting for the Transparency Act and to have accountability and awareness of what's going on, and maybe a little bit more than half of the files have been released, and we don't have a full understanding of what's going on. But what I've learned is there's a lot of UK survivors, and I just feel like it was the right thing to do with our powerful quests that we had at Capitol Hill in the United States to find out and support survivors of Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein in the UK. And so I came with some allies, Ivana Bocik from Ireland, who's been a big supporter of myself and the survivors, and my team at SPY, the Sexual Predator Accountability Institute. Our team met with some MPs, and we had a really good meeting. It was productive, and they were helping to give advice and guidance of what our next steps should be here in the UK to push a public inquiry. And that was initially my stance, was to call to the King and the Prime Minister, you know, about if they're going to support a public inquiry.
Do you think the Prime Minister's listening to you?
He has the power to have a public inquiry like that, if he wanted to do so. But I also learned that it's a long process, and the advice that the MPs gave me, that gave us, was to reach out to survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, to talk to the victims that are out there.
Well, in other news, ministers are being urged to ban the resale of concert tickets above face value. A new report into music industry, it's claiming that fans are being ripped off. Well, for plenty more on that and all of the day's top stories, make sure you check out our Cheat Sheet podcast.
As a fan heading out to a gig, the last thing you want to be thinking about is that you're being ripped off.
Oh, you'd be furious.
You know, and music and grassroots music is so important to fans, and keeping that loyal base, because the moment people feel, during a cost of living crisis, that they're being ripped off, people will easily turn away.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder who is making the extra money here. I'm sure that money isn't going to these grassroots venues. It's probably going to the ticketing association or whoever, the ticketing company or whomever is the main promoter, and perhaps not going to the venues that are desperately in need of the extra cash.
And just a reminder, you can listen to today's Cheat Sheet podcast in full wherever you get your podcasts. Time now for the latest sports.
John will, talks about it as the best medical he ever failed. It seems strange you get so far down the line, and a player of his calibre, the possibility of signing him, it would have been a massive threat had he signed for Rangers, but thankfully he didn't.
It's very, very seldom you see a player in the building walking around at a club and the deal isn't done, but historically Rangers have been stung a couple of times signing players who had glitches, you might say, in the medical. Famously, Daniel Prodan was one a number of years earlier, but there had been others as well, and I think they'd reached the stage where they weren't going to take any more risk.
And then I failed a medical at Charlton.
John Hartson was last week tipped to be on his way across South London for £5 million. But for the time being, that seems a dead deal.
Been a lot of speculation, and if there was any chance, it would have been done.
Spent the day with Alan Kirbishley, walking around the valley and being in the training ground. And I was training every day. I was scoring goals every weekend. And I'm thinking to myself, I can't pass a medical because of this knee.
I'm not bitter, no, not at all. I'm not a bitter person, I just get on with life. I've got no problems with my knee or nothing, I'm lashing balls in and everything else. And it does get a bit, frustrating.
We'll have plenty more sport throughout the morning with Jackie, but coming up next on Mornings, we'll be discussing the stories making headlines in today's papers with our panellists and journalists. broadcaster Emma Wolfe.
A lifeline for millions of people living on both sides of one of the most volatile international borders.
It's dams like these that have become inflection points between the two nuclear-armed neighbors, which could potentially lead to water wars in the future. A terror attack has shattered the peace and tranquility of Kashmir. At least 26 people have been killed and as many injured when militants fired upon them. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
The old and young, all weary after being trapped for days as the worst floods have hit Kerala in a century.
3 days we are on a rooftop. They have no food, nothing.
The roads have been inundated. The only way out is to get people by boat. There have been reported deaths and many injuries, several critical.
Many families will grapple with the unimaginable loss of one of the worst disasters in India's aviation history.
The spiraling violence between two nuclear-armed neighbors that harbor decades of hostility just seems to be getting worse by the day.
Garbage dumps like this not only threaten the lives of millions of people, but also pose a deadly consequence on the environment and climate.
It is a source of death, decay, disease and pollution for hundreds of thousands of people living in its shadows.
There is so much disease because of this garbage. Sometimes it's so difficult to just breathe.
Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Over the next 45 days, an estimated 400 million Hindu pilgrims are expected to converge here in Prayagraj on the banks of the holy river Ganga and Yamuna. It's a real kaleidoscope of people from all walks of life.
Well, hello and thank you for watching.
Tonight on The Wrap.
We will be joined by the very best commentators to explain the how and the why.
He did know what he was doing.
Both agree on that, can we?
No.
You can expect more analysis.
This is going to get deeper. I think it's going to end up with Russia.
Is war inevitable?
What he's interested in is a deal. That doesn't rule out strikes.
I disagree. And laughs along the way.
Plus, a look at tomorrow's headlines. The Wrap. Everything wrapped up for you from 10.
I urge you not to look away. If Hamas hands the hostages over, they will end this conflict. The world has been watching.
Good to see you again. How are you?
Did she say how he was?
The conditions are awful.
The jets were ordered to come back.
Historic day here today. How will you respond if India does launch airstrikes?
They will be all out to war.
I'm just going to put some body armor on.
I'm Yalda Hakim.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
Expect showers or more prolonged rain today, but high pressure will bring settled, if cooler, conditions this weekend. Northern and western Britain will see more rain, locally heavy, while further west there will be blustery showers. And rain over Britain will turn increasingly patchy as it moves eastwards, with showers following to Scotland, but southeastern parts, well, they're looking fine. Meanwhile, Ireland and Northern Ireland will see showers developing by about lunchtime, but there'll be sunny spells too, and it will be rather warm, especially in the southeast, but there will be a brisk wind and the rain edges eastward this afternoon. More of England and Wales will turn dry.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
Good to see you again. Emma Wolfe is here, journalist and broadcaster. We're going to discuss all the top stories in the papers. Great to see you, Emma. Thanks for dropping in. What we're going to do is just clear up this story then. It's on the front page of The Guardian and many papers this morning because the PM sent this US ambassador to Washington, but he'd failed security vetting, we understand, and the PM saying, look, I didn't know that this had happened. He's passing the blame onto the Foreign Office, but Sir Olly Robbins has lost confidence from the Prime Minister and Yvette Cooper, Foreign Secretary.
Well, when you say, let's clear up this story, I think this one's going to run and run. I think the next few hours, Leah, are going to be absolutely crucial in terms of seeing how his party respond now. We've had calls from the opposition leaders immediately, Kemi Badenoch, Nigel Farage, even Ed Davey, saying, if this is true, if it was known that Mandelson had failed that enhanced, that developed vetting process, then it's a resignation issue. The Prime Minister is saying absolutely not, that he didn't know, and that the Foreign Office, he wasn't aware of it. He wasn't aware of it at the time, which to most of us seems kind of astonishing, because the Foreign Office, they do not overrule these kind of decisions without letting the Prime Minister know. If the Prime Minister did know, then the allegation is that he misled the House. That's really, really serious. But I mean, I think it'll be crucial to see how Starmer's allies respond on this and how the next 24 hours, 48 hours go.
It's very important, isn't it, just to point out what the Prime Minister had said in September. So he said full due process was followed when the appointment was made. Daily Telegraph splashing with Starmer accused, as we said, as misleading Parliament over Mandelson, but those calls for him to go, they're getting stronger, circling, you know, for blood at the moment. So, OK, if we are to believe in good faith that the Prime Minister did not know about this security check that failed, what does that say, I suppose, around his authority and his leadership governing that team? So it's a huge story, Emma, because it's going to rock Keir Starmer's legacy.
Either way, it's very, very damaging for him. Is this really credible that the buck doesn't stop with the Prime Minister? Is it really credible that the Foreign Office wouldn't have talked to him about this? And if he doesn't know, if he isn't in touch, if they're overruling him on these kind of decisions, and let's not forget, the US ambassador is the most powerful ambassadorial position that we have. That relationship, as we've heard consistently, that special relationship with the US is extremely important to British interests. So the idea that Mandelson would have been appointed anyway, and there's more to come because we don't know the details of what part of those those security checks Mandelson failed. So, you know, this is very... And there is also a growing sense that Starmer is just throwing people under the bus. You know, we've seen it with Morgan McSweeney. We saw it with Sue Gray. At what point, either does he say, I do have authority, or I take responsibility. You can't keep passing the buck if you are the head of number 10.
Yeah, I mean, and also it's important to say that Peter Mandelson denies any wrongdoing, because that's important to stay just in the T's and C's of this wider argument. Also, part of this wider argument are the victims at the heart of this too.
Which keep, to me, it feels like that keeps getting forgotten or getting hidden in all of this, because it does go back, as you say, it goes back to the Jeffrey Epstein situation and all of that, and obviously the Mandelson arrest and those charges are still being looked into. We still have that missing phone, missing WhatsApp messages. It really couldn't be any more complicated and convoluted, and now a real crisis at the head of government.
Yeah, and do you remember back to Labour's manifesto? What was it?
Cleaning up Parliament, cleaning up politics, getting rid of the sleaze. That was one of the key messages from Starmer.
Yeah, so much more on this story to come throughout this. But we're going to move on now. And this is in the Times, Emma. Holidays at risk from airline fuel shortages. So essentially, the head of the world's energy watchdog has said Europe had at least, maybe 6 weeks or so of jet fuel, meaning that flight cancellations, they're likely to begin shortly, before even the peak season. And this is all linked into the war in Iran, the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, but more chaos that has reverberations for people who are, thousands of miles away from that region.
Absolutely, and this is the crucial time. This is, we've just got through the Easter holidays, but this is when families are starting to think, oh, do you know what, should we have that week in Spain? And I think people are really, really noticing and thinking, 6 weeks ahead, you're just leading into the peak season, you're just leading into the summer holidays. Are we going to risk it? And you say, airlines are already... that the head of the World Energy Watchdog said Europe has maybe 6 weeks or so of jet fuel left. And already Two of Europe's major airlines, that's Lufthansa and KLM, are cancelling flights. They're axing flights already. They are doing shutdowns. And I think we need to ask, if this doesn't get better, and yeah, we'll go on to the potential ceasefire, but if this Iran situation doesn't improve, if we continue along this route of uncertainty, what do we prioritise? You know, at what stage do we say, OK, transportation is the most important thing, or heating for care homes and hospitals, or, you know, food delivery, supermarket deliveries? Because I think that airline fuel is a huge, huge factor in all of that. And people are not going to be surprised that flights are going to be potentially at risk.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge issue ahead of that peak
astonishing
season.
to believe that we're here in 2026 talking about, you know, real, genuine fuel shortages across the world.
Yeah, Starmer and Macron meeting today actually to talk about that wider issue of opening the Strait of Hormuz, diplomacy at the heart.
There's been a lot of talking about this, really, and not that much action. And, you know, you have to respect the Prime Minister's position. He doesn't want to get militarily involved. He doesn't want to kind of, you know, too much foreign interference there. But all of these talking shops and yet another summit is not actually changing the situation. So it still remains in crisis.
And it will be really important for many families up and down the country thinking about trying to plan. Of course, when you book a holiday, you are ATOL protected. So that means that if the airline cancels the booking, you get the money back. But it's the issue around what should we commit to and whether...
Or should we stay here? Should we stay in the UK?
We stay here? And
I think that bookings for that summer break, if you look 6 weeks ahead from now, that's just coming into June, just, you know, approaching the summer holidays, and I think people are going to say, is it worth the risk?
Yeah, and it's all about, this leads really nicely into the front page of the Times, Emma, because it's all about trying to gain peace in the region, stability for so many people there and here, and Trump hailing that 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. Essentially a success, a chance of peace. He posted on a Truth social network, didn't he, say it's time for peace?
We hope. Another chance at this, which, you know, so far hasn't come to much. So Israel's been carrying out these devastating airstrikes, as we know, in Lebanon. They're trying to wipe out the Iranian-backed Hezbollah. And now Trump, as you say, taking to Truth Social again, saying this 10-day ceasefire in Lebanon. He's been having excellent conversations with Netanyahu and the president of Lebanon. Netanyahu himself has been saying this truce offers the opportunity for a historic peace agreement. And Trump has been saying both sides want to see peace, and I believe that will happen quickly. The problem is, he's said this repeatedly over the last few weeks, and those truces, those ceasefires, haven't resulted in much at all. So, again, it's crucial what happens over the next few days. Of course, it's good. It's good that the airstrikes are stopping over Lebanon, and we have to hope that that results in fewer lives lost.
And of course, Donald Trump was the person who said that he was the president of peace, not wars, not foreign wars, in his words.
End to those forever wars.
Absolutely. And so I think...
And Americans are not happy about this.
No, and that's my point. The midterms that will be coming up in November, you know, that speech that he gave from the Oval Office a few weeks ago, where he was essentially addressing the American public, an update on the war in Iran. And this is sort of a side note, but really important, because at the petrol pumps, Americans are feeling it. In the food shop, Americans are feeling it. And once they start feeling that in their pocket, the war will become a big issue for him in the midterms.
Yeah, Americans are not happy about this. They don't like seeing billions spent on wars that, to them, understandably feel thousands and thousands of miles away, nothing to do with them. And as you say, the minute they start feeling that in their wallets, especially petrol pump prices, because Americans are famous drivers, aren't they, and food prices, you know, that's going to start having an impact.
And the other caveat to place here in the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon is Hezbollah.
Yeah.
They were not part of the talks, and they stated before the talks happened that whatever is put in place, they won't agree to it. The Lebanese army, meanwhile, have reported that there has been hostilities fired into villages into southern Lebanon. So it all feels really quite fragile.
Very fragile.
A very critical point.
And it's so crucial with a ceasefire that all parties are on board. Otherwise, how can a ceasefire hold?
We'll be watching that very closely here at Sky. Emma, I just wanted to bring your attention. This is in the Express, and it's all about that social media ban in the UK that we've been talking about. Well, it feels like
years, actually.
Years. I'm glad you said that because I feel like that. So essentially, Sir Keir Starmer, he's told tech bosses that social media can't go on like it is because of the risks that children face. So where are we at? Well, we're in a consultation period at the moment. The government do have the power to go straight ahead and ban, like many other countries have around the world, including Australia. There are arguments that say, well, hang on a second, this entire argument is very nuanced. If you blanket ban some social media companies for under 16s, they'll find a way around it. Also, not all of the social media companies are banned in Australia, for example. So there are platforms that kids are still using. But the criticism, I think, central to Sir Keir Starmer at the moment is that he's delaying and dithering on really taking a handle on this. He says he wants to talk to as many people as possible and really understand the issue. Curfews he's been talking about on devices, you know, locking kids out of social networks after a certain point. What's your take?
Oh, my take is that I have been talking about this for years. I know you have, and most of us parents are really, really concerned about this. We know the issues. We also know the logistical difficulties. Of course, you know, even getting access to these is very, very simple. You can pretend to be your friend who's older. You can use someone else's ID. Of course, you can get onto these networks. Even trying to limit your child's social media use or online internet use is almost impossible. Many cybersecurity experts have said parental controls don't really work. Kids are very savvy, they're very clever. Okay, all of those problems are accepted and they're banked, we get it. But the fact that the Prime Minister now, and we've seen the harms that this is doing to children, we have seen, I think we will look back on this, Leah, as a time of absolute shame when we failed our children. I think that we need to go ahead with a smartphone ban for under 16s. And people say to me, well, that's ridiculous. Then you're going to give them a smartphone at 16 and it's the Wild West. Yes, it's the Wild West, but we do the same with cigarettes. We do the same with alcohol.
Nightclubs,
we do with nightclubs. We have an agreed ages at which it is safe, and it's been demonstrated time and again that the internet is not a pleasant, safe place for children, for young children and young teenagers.
And scaling
the violence,
back.
the pornography, the bullying, we know all that. It's not a place for children to be. And look what it stops them doing. It's not the age at which you want them to have a smartphone. It's the age you want your children to stop being outdoors and playing and reading and with their friends. And I feel I will hold out. My 5-year-old, I am holding out as long as I can. I know it's harder when your children are 12 or 13. But it's not the place for children.
No, we've heard from the government, you know, when they set actual limits on under 5s and how, you know, the maximum time they should spend on a device across a day to being, you know, an hour. So it's a debate that I think will strike at the heart of all parents through generations. And you will get to, you know, teenagers who say, actually, I want to have a reason to get off of this device. I want to have an off-ramp, you know. So, that will run and run. Take me to page 3 of the Daily Mail to wrap up this hour of mornings on Sky News. And it's all about lunch breaks.
It is. No surprise. I think all of us who've been in Europe know that the French and the Italians, the Europeans do it properly. So there's this latest survey that says, basically, in Britain, we take around 25 minutes a day for lunch. I'm amazed it's even that. I'm amazed it's even that. Most people I know that work in offices will grab a sandwich and eat at their desk.
Crumbs over the keyboard.
Crumbs over the keyboard. Keyboards are filthy. Italians, the French, they take more than an hour, up to an hour. They have a drop of wine. They really make it into a social event. They really see it as a time to talk to their colleagues, to talk to their friends and family. In Britain, we see it as refuelling, and 87% of Brits admit to chomping in front of the TV at night.
This is interesting to me because the research also found that 90% of Britons want to emulate the Italians, but find it impossible to essentially switch off from work. I've just got back from Rome for the Easter break, and I can tell you the Italians know how to lunch.
They do. And they actually, in a working day, not just at weekends, in a working day, they will take over an hour. They will go out for a proper meal with a bit of wine and have a meal during the working day. Can you imagine in any British office, UK office these days, if you sort of said, yeah, I'm going to a restaurant for an hour with your colleague. It's just not done.
It would not
happen. We have
happen.
changed so much now. Lunch, for most of us kind of working people, is generally something that you grab.
I think we need to campaign for a wine lunch. Emma, great to have your company this morning, as always. Thanks for your company at home too. Do stay with Sky News. I'll be joined with Kamali for all the latest headlines next.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist... Hi, darling.
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
...is being a Sky News journalist. You said to people, I'm not coming back for more, but you have come back for more. Well, let's kick off and make a statement. What can our Prime Minister say to you to not impose tariffs? He's coming out! What more do you need?
We're trying to see as much as we can.
We're in an area that's just been reclaimed. Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
People are directly protesting. The whole neighborhood has rallied around her.
It's been impenetrable to journalists over the last 2 years of war in Sudan. I've been waiting for this for 2 years. It doesn't feel like a big homecoming. It was never going to be pretty. War isn't pretty.
Hello there and a very good morning. It is 7 a.m. and this is Mornings on Sky News. I'm Kamali.
And I'm Leah. Thanks for starting your day with us. This is how things are looking.
The top civil servant at the Foreign Office is out of his job after his department didn't inform the Prime Minister that Lord Mandelson failed security vetting for the role of US Ambassador.
Sir Keir Starmer is accused of lying to Parliament by telling MPs due process was followed with Mandelson's appointment and there are calls for him to resign.
A 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon is in place, but the Lebanese army says it's already been violated.
Also today, plans for better protection for music lovers with a proposed ban on the resale of tickets above face value.
Plus, could Cuba be next in the sights of Donald Trump? We've got a special report from Havana, where the US blockade is bringing Cuba to its knees. Hello and thank you for being with us. This morning we come on the air with another moment of peril for the Prime Minister as the fallout from the Peter Mandelson scandal has been given new life. Keir Starmer has been accused of lying to Parliament over the appointment of Mandelson as US Ambassador.
Yeah, reports have emerged that Lord Mandelson failed his security vetting process, but the recommendation of the vetting agency was overruled by the Foreign Office, and he was appointed anyway without telling ministers.
Now, Sky News understands that the top civil servant at the Foreign Office, Sir Olly Robbins, will now leave his job. Downing Street says the PM was only told this week that Mandelson hadn't cleared the security process. Let's take a close look at how all of this unfolded.
On the 11th of December 2024, Sir Keir Starmer was warned in a due diligence report about Peter Mandelson's ties to Jeffrey Epstein and the reputational risks of appointing him.
Well, on the 20th of December, despite those warnings, the Prime Minister proceeded with the appointment of Mandelson as ambassador to the United States.
On the 11th of September the following year, Mandelson was sacked as US ambassador following the release of further files detailing his relationship with Epstein.
In February of this year, Mandelson was arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office regarding allegations of passing market-sensitive information to Epstein in 2009, something Mandelson has denied.
In March, internal government files are released which show Starmer overruled warnings about reputational risks 9 days before Mandelson's appointment as ambassador.
And then yesterday, The Guardian reported Lord Mandelson failed his security vetting clearance prior to his appointment, but the decision was overruled by the Foreign Office. All right, let's bring in our political correspondent, Lucy McDade, for more on this. And morning to you, Lucy. So, as you said, another huge moment of peril for the Prime Minister.
Yeah, and didn't that timeline just really help point out the fact? I think it's very fair to say that this decision to appoint Peter Mandelson as US Ambassador has defined Keir Starmer's premiership. This is a Prime Minister that is in Paris this morning trying to talk about the war in Iran, how he likes to argue that he is at the very front of diplomatic efforts to try and find a peace deal. But look, here we are talking about this issue of appointing Peter Mandelson. As you say, the latest information that has come to light that Peter Mandelson failed security vetting and the Foreign Office chose to overrule that decision, and he went ahead, as you can see there, to be in the role anyway. Downing Street telling journalists very late last night the Prime Minister is absolutely furious. He was not aware of this until this week, and since Tuesday has been trying to establish the facts so that he can update the House of Commons, and Sky understands that that could come as early as Monday. Opposition leaders, as you would expect, have been very critical of this, but I think what is most important to point out this morning is that they are and they are explicitly making calls for the Prime Minister to resign. They haven't done that so far. Let's just listen to them.
I don't think we have the clip, but
well, I'll tell you what, I can tell you exactly what they've been saying. Kemi Badenoch has said it is absolutely preposterous to suggest that the Prime Minister wouldn't be made aware that a potential top ambassador had failed a security vetting process, calling for him to resign. Ed Davey calling for him to resign as well as the leaders of Reform, the Greens as well. So this is more questions for the Prime Minister. As I say, what Downing Street are doing, pleading ignorance over this. The question comes, did Keir Starmer lie to Parliament? He's been telling MPs a full process was followed, but it's whether he did so knowingly. Downing Street this morning seemed to be arguing that at the very least, the Prime Minister did not know the full situation.
Right, Lucy, well, we're going to hear from the government in a short while, around about 7:15. Lucy, for now, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Lucy.
For that. Now, a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon is officially underway. The pause came into effect at 10 o'clock last night, but the Lebanese army say there's already been shelling on several villages in the south of the country.
Yeah, and it's just worth noting that Hezbollah, that's the group backed by Iran, was not part of the agreement, and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has confirmed his forces won't withdraw from southern Lebanon.
Yeah, well, posting on his own social media, President Trump wrote this: "I hope Hezbollah acts nicely and well during this important period of time. It will be a great moment for them. If they do, no more killing, must finally have peace," he says.
Well, let's bring in our correspondent, Sally Lockwood. Sally, just to help us understand the very latest from the region where you are. Morning.
Good morning to you. I really think after 7 horrible weeks for this region, there is a sense that people here can breathe this morning because, of course, we had that ceasefire that began on the 8th of April for most of the region when Iran and the US agreed that 2-week ceasefire, but it didn't include Lebanon. And for as long as there was fighting in Lebanon, it threatened to unravel everything. And I think the sense of relief that was felt here on the 8th of April quickly turned to horror when they saw that actually the situation in Lebanon was getting worse, with more than 100 targets hit in the space of just 10 minutes on that first day of the ceasefire. And there was a real concern that actually that would threaten the ceasefire in terms of the bigger picture and that everything would unravel. So I think that the fact that an agreement has been reached in Lebanon now has come as a huge relief to many in this region, that there is now space for negotiations and diplomacy. And it certainly does feel like both Iran and the US are pushing for that at the moment. But of course, the ceasefire in Lebanon will be fragile. We've already heard reports from the Lebanese military that there was shelling in the first few hours of the ceasefire coming into place. Now, I do think that was inevitable. This ceasefire is going to be extremely fragile. Neither Israel or Hezbollah wanted to stop the fighting. But what it does do is it now gives Lebanese civilians a much-needed sense of respite, with more than 1 million displaced, some now able to return to their homes, but the Lebanese military warning some who have been relocated or were displaced from the south to not return yet. We'll have to see how the next few days play out, but certainly it's very encouraging news indeed. And then when we look at the bigger picture with the wider talks between the US and Iran, nothing confirmed yet that a second round of talks is going to take place next week in Islamabad, but it does look like that is what they are working towards. An Iranian official has said that progress has been made in the last few days thanks to Pakistani mediators. And Donald Trump has described America's relationship with Iran as in a very good place at the moment, which I think feels optimistic at best, especially when you hear comments from his defense secretary warning Iran, we remain locked and loaded and we're watching you. There is another third US aircraft carrier being moved to the region at the moment. More Marines are on the way. It's thought that they will be in place by the end of the month. So, there is still this military build-up happening at the same time as negotiations and diplomatic efforts taking place. And, we've been here before. America has attacked Iran along with Israel twice now in the last year, at the same time as attempting negotiations. There's zero trust between both sides, but at the moment it does seem that they want to try for some sort of diplomatic breakthrough and not return to the fighting, which could be even worse than it was before if indeed fighting were to resume. So for now, I think a very welcome pause in fighting across the region, but the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. The situation in Lebanon remains fragile. And for now, I think it feels like we're in a tense holding pattern.
OK, Sally, for now, in Dubai, thank you so much for that. Look, the ceasefire seems to be holding for now. We saw those pictures, didn't we, of people returning. What was telling about those pictures, and if you noticed, is that we could see Hezbollah flags on some of the vehicles that were returning, held by the side of the road. Of course, Hezbollah, the militant group that Israel has been fighting, not part of this ceasefire deal, so it does remain to be seen how much they will adhere to it. I'm sure, as Sally said, everyone wants the fighting to stop, but with the huge displacement of people returning to the region, Hezbollah not giving up their weapons, likely it could resume sometime in the future.
It's fragile, to say the least. Well, listen, before President Donald Trump's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, the US president began an effective blockade of Cuba. He's starving the Caribbean nation of fuel in a maximum pressure campaign to bring down the island's communist government, perhaps, in his words, take Cuba.
Well, as Sky News has seen from going to the country, it's the people there, of course, who are suffering the very most. Here's some of what our chief correspondent, Stuart Ramsey, witnessed in Havana.
Cuba remains an incredibly important and influential country in the Caribbean. Its problems, though, with fuel supplies, with an economy that's crumbling and a health service that doesn't work, has gone on for decades, of course, though it's definitely getting worse because of the oil blockade that President Trump has imposed.
Hay muchas cosas que funcionan a través de combustible y entonces a la vez que no tenemos combustible estamos prácticamente paralizados.
A lot of people say it's worse than it's ever been.
Now, the president has said that he expects to focus his attention on Cuba after he's dealt with Venezuela, of course, and Iran.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba.
Certainly we know that the Americans and the Cubans are talking, but what does this all mean for the people of Cuba? What will this country look like when the blockade is lifted?
And of course, Stuart will be joining us actually later on mornings here on Sky News. He'll be live in the studio at 9:30.
Yeah, looking forward to that conversation and to watching his full film. Now, music bands are calling on the government to give them a greater say on the policies that safeguard the industry. A fan-led review has set out 50 recommendations, including banning ticket resale above face value, something I know that you are keen to, that comes in because of all the gigs you get to go to. Well, Oliver Whitfield-Mircic is here with us now for a bit more on this. Ollie? I know you're another gig yourself. What are they planning?
Well, it's the recommendations of this review that has listened to 4,000 music fans that, yeah, the ticket prices shouldn't be resold at higher than face value, something which the government is actually bringing in this summer in a bid to try to stop the touts from scalping so much money off ticket fans who really just want to go and see a gig. There's also calls for fans not to be so neglected and ripped off, and we saw this with the dynamic or surge pricing that was used when Oasis went on tour. You know, the prices shot up depending on how much demand there was. Obviously, there was huge demand to go and see Oasis, so a lot of people paid far more money than what the initial people who managed to get in right when the tickets went on sale did. And a call to abolish some of the additional fees that people face. Often when you go to buy a ticket, you'll see right at the very end, would you like to take out insurance? Do you want to have this to add on? And a lot of people say, we really don't need this.
Where's that money going as well? Who's making money out of this? Because is this money going to go eventually to the venues that, you know, as you've been reporting, are struggling in places?
I mean, that's the point, isn't it? Lots of venues up and down the country, they're closed because, you know, people who are running them can't afford to keep them open. And if you're taking more money out of an industry under strain, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, that's one of the calls, is for big events, so your huge Madonna shows, your likes of Oasis, they should subsidise some of these smaller grassroots venues and festivals that happen around the UK through a levy. Because really, the UK is very good at music, very good at live music, something that this report says we should be celebrating. We introduced UK garage, dubstep, the likes of drum and bass, jungle music as well. You know, we are really good at electronic music too. There are 13 UK artists from the electronic music scene who make up the world's top 100, and yet the scene is seen as a little bit, in some cases, seedy. It's tarred with the image that it is rampant with drug use, crime and all that sort of stuff. And so we've seen a lot of venues that have closed down over the years. The introduction of sort of very strict licensing laws. A lot of people that I speak to who come from abroad say they find it very confusing that they come to London and after 11 o'clock at night on a weekday or a Thursday night, there's nowhere to go. Especially right in central London, whereas if you go to Berlin or other places, it just doesn't really happen.
Thriving. If you're ever in the northwest in Manchester, Gorilla, a fantastic event. Really good.
Other events are available. Yeah, that is a good one. All right, Ollie, for now, thank you so much for that. Well, just a little while ago, we were able to speak to the government, the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, Darren Jones. Mr. Jones, How would you describe this revelation that the top civil servant in the Foreign Office seems to have repeatedly lied to everyone around him?
I mean, it's astonishing. I found out about this case yesterday afternoon. I was out in Southampton campaigning with colleagues for the local elections when the Guardian news broke. And I quite frankly find it amazing that we could be in a scenario where someone failed security vetting, that recommendation was ignored, overruled by the Foreign Office, which meant that he passed security vetting in line with what is, I'm told, a normal process. Not just for any job, but for the Ambassador of the United States. And not just for the Ambassador of the United States, but for a political appointment to that role. So you would expect the risk appetite for the Foreign Office to overrule a recommendation not to appoint from UK security vetting to be much higher. But seemingly that has not been the case.
You said it's astonishing. When the Prime Minister found out, what did he say?
I wasn't in the room when the Prime Minister found out. I understand the Prime Minister was told on Tuesday evening this week. I was only told yesterday afternoon, Thursday afternoon. But as soon as the Prime Minister was told, he wanted to be very clear about what had happened, when, on what basis, with the intention of updating the House of Commons as soon as he was able to do so.
And what was the reason given as to why this decision was made?
Well, it seems that we have pretty limited information right now, but we are told that the recommendation from UK security vetting was not to appoint. The Foreign Office overruled that, granted clearance and appointed Peter Mandelson as ambassador. Now, from my perspective, this is not just a problem in the individual case of Peter Mandelson. It is a bigger problem that organisations like the Foreign Office, and I'm told a small number of others, apparently have the right to ignore security advice when appointing people to sensitive jobs. It's outrageous. When I found out about that last evening, I immediately suspended the rights for all of those organisations to be able to take those steps. And I've asked for an urgent review to understand how many times the Foreign Office and other organisations have ignored the advice of security vetting specialists.
Well, the Prime Minister has repeatedly said, including in the House of Commons, that all due process was followed. He's misled the House, hasn't he?
He hasn't, because the process was followed. The process, as I explained, was that UK security vetting undertake investigations. They make a recommendation to the Employment Department, which is the Foreign Office in the case of an ambassador. And as I've said, the Foreign Office had this, in my view, unacceptable right to ignore that advice. That had been an established process for some time. And when the Foreign Office granted the approval, and therefore the appointment of Peter Mandelson as ambassador, due process as it was followed.
So you don't think that he misled the House? I mean, could he have unknowingly misled the House? I mean, he said the process was followed. Obviously, clearly it wasn't for the reasons you've pointed out. He told the House that it was, so he told them something that wasn't true.
No, because the process was followed. What I'm explaining to you is that the process, which I now understand involved the Foreign Office being allowed to ignore the advice of security vetting agents, that is an unacceptable process, but it was still the process at the time. That I changed immediately last night when I was informed of this process being available to the Foreign Office and a small number of other organisations. But the process was followed, therefore the Prime Minister didn't mislead the House or anyone else.
OK, well, the Prime Minister was told on Tuesday. It took until yesterday for Sir Olly Robbins to be removed from his job. Why the delay?
Well, look, the process that was undertaken from Tuesday when the Prime Minister was told, the Cabinet Secretary was asked to undertake some work to explain to the Prime Minister how on earth this could have happened in the first place, who did what, at what point in time, on what advice, with what minutes, what notes, how could we have ended up in the position where the Prime Minister was not told about this until Tuesday this week. You can imagine he was as furious as you would expect that he was only told about this on Tuesday evening. That process was underway, as I say, with a view very clearly from the Prime Minister on Tuesday that the House of Commons should be told as soon as all that information was made available, which was going to be anticipated for Monday. The Prime Minister is now going to be making a statement to the House on Monday, nonetheless.
You see, there are a couple of days there where many will feel like the Prime Minister could have come forward and told the House as soon as possible and perhaps remove Mr Robbins from his job sooner, rather than waiting for The Guardian to publish and then feeling like you guys have bounced into having to do it.
Well, look, there was a process underway in advance of The Guardian's...
I know, but processes fail, as you are acknowledging this morning, Mr Jones, and perhaps the process in this case should have been, as soon as the PM found out he'd been lied to for over a year, He should have made a decision to remove this individual from his job.
I think it's right that the Prime Minister wanted to make sure he had the full facts before going to the House of Commons, because, as you've alluded to in your questions, ministers have to give a full picture to the House of Commons. It was right the Prime Minister needed all of that information before he was able to do so.
Now, if we go back in time during Partygate, there were many occasions when Boris Johnson said he didn't know what was happening, and you guys said at the time, it's not good enough not to know, you are responsible for this. What's the difference now? The Prime Minister said he didn't know, he was lied to. What's the difference in this particular instance than previous instances where the Prime Minister says they were lied to and you guys still call for him to resign?
So the key difference was that in respect of Boris Johnson, the Parliamentary Privileges Committee found that Boris Johnson knowingly misled the House. This was about parties in Number 10 during lockdown, the building in which Boris Johnson lived and worked every single day with a small number of people. The facts of this case is that the Foreign Office overruled advice from the security and vetting team, in line with its right to do so at the time, and was under no obligation to notify anybody that it had taken that decision. It's not normal for the Prime Minister to be notified, I'm told, of the Foreign Office taking this step.
I mean, that's extraordinary.
I agree. It's completely unacceptable. That's why the Foreign Office and the other organisations that have this right have had that right suspended as of last night when I found out about that.
I mean, the amount of times that people like you and people like the Prime Minister himself had to come out and say everything was done above board, and all the while there were people in the Foreign Office, you're saying, that knew the truth and hadn't told you guys.
Yeah, it's remarkable. And that's why everybody is so cross that not just the Prime Minister but the government and the Foreign Secretary have been putting this position in the first place.
So, look, he failed the UK security vetting. Was he able to see top-secret documents during his time as ambassador?
So, the UK security vetting recommendation was not to appoint. The Foreign Office overruled that and appointed him anyway. That meant that clearance was granted.
So he saw everything, all the top-secret documents, despite the fact that the security vetting said he was not the right person to do the job.
So the Foreign Office granted developed vetting status to appoint him as ambassador. That meant that he would be allowed, as a point of principle, to see the documents he would need to see ambassador. Which individual documents did he see or not see? I can't tell you that in an itemised way today, but the Foreign Office granted development vetting status to him on his appointment.
Just to be clear, a man who failed security vetting was able to see the most confidential, top-secret documents this country holds.
Again, to be clear, he was granted developed vetting status. He was given the permission by the Foreign Office to see those documents, but on the basis that the Foreign Office overruled the advice, the recommendation from UK security vetting, which is why I say it's not just the particular case of Peter Mandelson, but the fact that this process was even allowed to happen, not just in the Foreign Office, but in a small number of other organisations in our country, it's totally unacceptable.
You say you've decided that you're going to stop this happening in the future. Maybe we'll wait to remain to see whether or not that actually happens. You know, the pressure is coming on the Prime Minister to try, and we're going to hear from him on Monday, you tell us. But he's the most unpopular Prime Minister in history. You've got elections coming up, you've got a general election coming up in a few years' time. Surely now it's time that you've seen that this individual is a drag on your party and your popularity after that stonking majority that you won. Are people starting to consider his position?
No. And I think if you look at what's going on in the world, not least in relation to the conflict in the Middle East and what that's doing for people's living standards, energy bills, food prices, their concern about not just the economy here in the UK, but with what's happening in the world, the public can see in Keir Starmer that they have a strong, credible leader who has influence on the world stage, who at a time when international and geopolitical pressure is affecting our day-to-day living standards and the opportunities that our kids have in the future because of the actions of people like President Trump and others, you need a credible, reliable, strong Prime Minister to be able to take the country through those difficult challenges. And I think if you look, you've pointed me to polling, if you look at polling or questions, is Keir Starmer providing the right type of credible international leadership the public want? They will say yes. And if you ask the public who of all the party leaders would they rather have as Prime Minister, they say Keir Starmer.
Darren Jones, his credibility has come into question again, though, hasn't it? And his judgment as in light of what we've heard in the past 12 hours or so.
You can't criticise the Prime Minister's judgment for information that was not given to him.
He should have known. He should have asked the right question.
I agree that the Foreign Office should have told the Prime Minister. He should have asked
the right question, shouldn't he?
The Foreign Office said that developed vetting clearing had been passed. That is normal process in government. This is why the Prime Minister is as furious as everybody else, because he would expect, as you have alluded to in your question, to have been told that UK security vetting did not recommend Peter Mandelson to be appointed.
He's furious with himself.
He's furious with the state. I mean, this is a failing of the state. It is a security failing. It is utterly unacceptable, not just in the individual case of Peter Mandelson and respect of the Prime Minister's fury at the Foreign Office for not having told him this information, but the very fact that the processes were in place that allow for that to happen in the first place. That's why, in my role in the Cabinet Office, immediately last night, I suspended the rights for these organisations to make these judgments. I've asked for an urgent review about what decisions these organisations have taken in the past to overrule the recommendations from UK security vetting. And I was due to announce a broader independent review of the vetting process anyway, and this will now be part of that.
Absolutely. Well, Olly Robbins is out of his job. What should happen to him and others who were involved in this now?
Look, I'm not going to comment on individual cases for reasons you might understand, but as you've alluded to, Olly Robbins, who was the Permanent Secretary at the Foreign Office, has left his role. And that is on the basis that the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary have lost confidence in him because they were not told about this decision.
Darren Jones, thanks for your time this morning.
Yeah, interesting moment for the government, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because I'm interested in what in the culture of the Foreign Office meant that Olly Robbins didn't pass on information to the Prime Minister is key for me.
Yeah, I mean, suggestion from Darren Jones there, it's just rogue individual, rogue civil servants. I mean, the criticism will come, I am sure, that despite these individuals that they say just didn't tell them the truth, you've got to have systems in place that would be able to get across that. You can't have people working within the civil service that aren't telling the Prime Minister the things that he needs to know. And as I put to Darren Jones there, he's going to ask the right questions in some place, and that will be some of the criticism that he continues to face.
Absolutely, and whether the knives are out from the rivals now, we'll have to wait and see. Still so much more to come, isn't there, on Mornings on Sky News. We're going to be talking about Harry and Meghan's Australian tour. How has it gone? Is it going down well? We'll find out more after the break. We'll be speaking to Royal and Entertainment correspondent Bronte Coy, who's been travelling with the couple. Stay with us.
Now, President Trump's continued blockade on Cuba has entered into its 4th month. He is starving the Caribbean nation of fuel in what he calls a maximum pressure campaign to bring down the island's communist government and perhaps take Cuba.
Yeah, but as Sky News has seen inside the country, it's actually the people who are suffering most. Now, the US and Cuba have been foes ever since the island's communist revolution in the 1950s, when American economic embargoes began.
Yeah, President Trump went further in January, signing an executive order threatening countries that supply oil to Cuba with tariffs.
Cuba imports 60% of its fuel from Russia, Mexico and Venezuela. The de facto blockade means petrol and diesel are reduced to a trickle.
Yeah, there are regular blackouts there, sometimes lasting for an entire week as the national power grid collapses.
Yeah, food shortages are tragically routine, with hours-long queues for even the basics. And the UN says 1 million people are dependent on water trucking, which is severely constrained by the lack of diesel.
Yeah, our chief correspondent Stuart Ramsey and his team report now from the Cuban capital, Havana.
The centre of Havana is plunged into darkness once again. The Cuban government doesn't have enough oil to keep its power grid working. It has no choice but to switch it off. Even the capital can be no longer spared. If there are lights, they come from car batteries or saved-up solar energy. Remember, these are some of Havana's main districts. They've never been deprived of electricity like this before. A Cuba powerless to provide its people with power. Illuminated by headlights or with torches, people prepare for an early night. When the night falls now, normal life is suspended. Just because it's daylight doesn't mean there's power. Some of the power cuts last for days at a time. Cuba is into its 4th month since Donald Trump's government imposed a blockade of all fuel to the country. The blockade doesn't just affect power. It affects every facet of life here, and it's unraveling faster than anyone predicted. There's a growing food shortage now, and people are desperate. Through rubbish bins, they search for anything of value and anything worth eating. Some collected in bags, slowly working their way through the mound of rubbish, seeking out discarded fruit and vegetables rotting beneath the blistering sun, sifting out what they can scavenge from here. These aren't homeless people, they're desperate people. Others can't wait, inspecting the food, then eating it. It's that desperate. There's been incredible poverty here in Cuba for a long time, but this type of open, desperate need hasn't existed here for many years. And the streets of the capital don't usually look like this.
What people have been telling me is that the streets of Havana are famous for always being really clean, even though the people are really poor. But things have got worse, and as a lady was just explaining to me, this is here because the normal refuse people, the bin men, haven't got petrol to actually come and pick up the rubbish. So I've passed lots of street corners and it's like this.
Hours-long queues form outside barely functioning government-controlled bakeries. They're limited to 1 piece of bread per person when there is any to be had. We found that the government's bodega stores that once provided cheap essentials like rice and cooking oil are basically shut or empty. Barely anything on the shelves. Pharmacies as well have just empty shelves. This one appears to be open, but it seems there's virtually nothing in stock.
Please help me with 1 milk here.
On the street, a man approached me, asking for paracetamol.
I'm an English teacher. Yeah. I teach a teenager in high school. But we have very few possibilities to buy new shops, because the new market is, we can't afford. I mean, the people who live like me, like a wage, my income is 2,500 pesos like a teacher, and I can't afford to buy a new shop.
As the Cuban government struggles to cope with this crisis, it's fallen on charities to provide some help. And the community of Santa Gidio Charity is now trying to feed a growing number of the most vulnerable. The elderly and the homeless line up for pasta. Meals are dished up by volunteers 3 times a week.
Well, the statistics vary, but somewhere between 72% and 90% of people in Cuba live in extreme poverty. About 3/4 say that they miss at least 1 meal a day because they simply can't afford to buy the food. They just haven't any ways of getting to it. For these people, the most vulnerable in society, this is the absolute lifeline. This is possibly the only proper meal they're going to get today for certain, but maybe for large parts of the rest of the week.
The charity's director, Inares Suarez Cardenas, says the crisis is getting worse and they're being asked to provide more and more across society. The US blockade, she says, is pushing Cuba over the edge.
La situación de combustible inmoviliza.
The fuel situation paralyzes you. You can't move around. It limits you to a large degree. There are many things that need fuel to function, and we don't have it, so we are practically paralyzed. Many shelters, for example, have had to close because they don't have the means to operate.
Han tenido que cerrar porque no tienen cómo.
The tourism industry that brought billions of dollars of foreign currency into the country has dwindled. The once bustling tourist centres in Havana are virtually empty. There are few customers left to buy from the tourist shops and restaurants. The people of Cuba find themselves in the midst of an economic crisis that is worsening by the day. Years of government mismanagement combined with years of sanctions have left Cuba ill-prepared for the effects of President Trump's oil blockade. This is economic warfare every bit as destructive to life here as bombs and bullets would be. Crucial fuel supplies from Venezuela and Mexico have stopped on Trump's orders. A single Russian oil tanker has made it to Cuba in recent weeks, but that is it for the year so far. After Venezuela and Iran, President Trump says Cuba is next. Nobody here knows what next means, or whether it will make things even worse, if that is possible. Stuart Ramsey, Sky News, Havana, Cuba.
It's an incredible film from Stuart and the team, as always. And please say Stuart will join us a little bit later on to talk about the reporting and what may well happen in Cuba in the next few months. He'll be here at 9:30.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. Now, we're going to flip to Australia, where it's been a packed few days for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex as they enter their 4th and last day of the tour.
Yeah, Harry and Meghan, who are, of course, no longer working royals and are visiting in a private capacity, they've been making headlines, including when Meghan said this yesterday.
Every day for 10 years, I have been bullied and attacked, and I was the most trolled person in the entire world, man or woman. I'm still here. And so when I think of all of you and what you're experiencing, I think so much of that is having to realize that, you know, that industry, that billion-dollar industry that is completely anchored and predicated on cruelty to get clicks, that's not going to change. So you have to be stronger than that.
We can speak now to Bronte Coy, Senior Royal and Entertainment Correspondent at news.com.au. And Bronte, actually, is the only accredited Australian journalist travelling with the couple. Great to see you, as always, Bronte. Look, I want to get into the atmosphere, what it's like in the circle travelling with them, but it's that clip that we saw there from Meghan Markle where she was talking about a cruelty for clicks. In a way, what's your sense that she's still fighting this battle?
I'll be honest, I was a bit surprised she brought it up. It made sense in the context, I suppose, because we were at the time we were visiting, we were all there at the Youth Mental Health Charity in Melbourne. And of course, they're talking about the dangers of online social media and the apps associated with that. This is something Harry and Meghan have spoken about, protecting children from online harms. But she did bring up that comment that she'd made, which I think she first made with Oprah years ago. And you did get the sense that it stayed with her. She seemed quite moved as she was talking. It was a very emotional moment. So she did bring that up, and she referenced the fact that she'd been relentlessly attacked all those years. And yes, it was a very personal moment from her during that tour.
I mean, she definitely has been attacked. It's hard to quantify just how much of the abuse that she got, but there's something online that suggests she was the most disliked celebrity last year, which is just extraordinarily disliked for the reasons that those people have. And it, obviously, as you say, Bronte, has stuck with her through the years. And I think she got most of the abuse when she was pregnant with her kids as well, which must just be a really traumatic thing to go through.
Absolutely. But, you know, you spoke earlier just about the atmosphere of the trip. While it was surprising to hear her bring that up, I mean, I was watching the people in the room. It was quite an intimate space, and it was a lot of young kids. And when I say young kids, sorry, contextually, I should mention they were late teens, early 20s, and they were receiving that really well. They were really happy to have Harry and Meghan there. And going into this whole tour, it's been, I mean, I shouldn't even use the word tour really, because it looks exactly like a royal tour for a lot of it, but really it's meant to just be a visit of private citizens, but it has all the hallmarks of a tour. But everyone they've seen along the way, I didn't know how they'd be received. I was completely intrigued going into this, you know, about how this was going to be received by Australians. They do get a lot of criticism in the press, as you've mentioned, and online, but everywhere they've been so far, and we are now at the end of the visit, they've just got this football game this evening that they're going to attend. And everywhere they've been, people have been really happy to talk to them. There's been nothing but positivity. And I was watching to see how that all went down, but they have been really warmly embraced by the people that they have been spending time with over the last few days.
Bronte, let's just reflect then. What's it been like for you having this front row seat on this tour, unofficial tour, whatever you want to call it? Do you get a sense that they're trying at least to reset the narrative that they've been carrying for a long time?
I think that's such an interesting way of phrasing it. I think you are right on the money there. It's been all these different chapters for them, really, hasn't it? There was sort of the chaos of their those first months and years after their departure from royal life, where no one really knew what they were going to be doing for the years to come. Then there's been so many issues between them and the press, particularly the British press, and you sort of forget we've not seen them like this for days on end, out and about, and we haven't seen them in Australia for 8 years since they've visited as on an official tour right after they got married. And so seeing them, it was quite interesting because, as you say, I have been front row seats to it, and they are very engaging, I've got to say. You know, we're so used to sort of reading the headlines about them, but seeing them in action for the first time in a number of years, Harry especially, he seemed to be having a really good time. He's been very smiley and very friendly. I mean, obviously they've handpicked charities and engagements and events that are things that they've been championing for many years. It's mental health work, it's veterans affairs and things like that. So it's right in their wheelhouse, but they do actually seem very relaxed and happy to be out doing the job of effectively, for the most part, a royal.
Bronte, what's been the setup security-wise? Of course, there are questions as to whether or not they can come here because of the security arrangements, but they seem to be in Australia, meeting and greeting, shaking hands, giving out hugs and stuff. What has been the setup, and how's it all been funded?
That is interesting, and this caused a lot of controversy in the lead up to them coming over here. There was more than 40,000 people signed a petition shortly after I broke the news of the trip, saying they weren't going to fund it. They didn't want any taxpayer money going towards this. And of course, I can understand that sentiment because there are paid speaking appearances for both Harry and Meghan on this tour. So you can completely understand why people don't want to foot the bill for that. So they have their own private security team, which is quite an expensive and highly trained one, as you can imagine. But then there is police involvement from the perspective of the public. So the way the police have worded it is that they conduct operations for public safety. And so while most of this trip, unlike a royal tour in this way, while most of the trip has been behind closed doors, although I've been lucky enough to have access to that to see what's unfolding at those events, when they are out and about, and there's only been a couple of times when they have been out in the public, there's a bit of a police presence. I wouldn't say that it's overwhelming. There's been less than a dozen police at those couple of occasions. There was once in Melbourne Melbourne where they were out doing a walk and there was people coming up to them asking for selfies. There were probably, as I say, about 8 or 9 police officers. Today at Bondi was the first time I did have those thoughts about their security in terms of how that would look in Britain, because they were out in Bondi and they were actually quite mobbed. There was a moment where they were walking along the promenade there of that really famous beach. Most people can probably imagine it. And there was so many people that were joining that pack. And we were kind of running to keep up. I almost got left behind entirely. But there was, you know, in that moment, it felt a little bit like uncontained. And you know, they have so many fears around their security, but it didn't appear that, you know, anyone was there with any malice. It was really just, it seemed to be a pack of people that were trying to say hello to them and get selfies. But it does come back to that question of security, you know, and how that would look if they were in Britain, because presumably they want to have more security and a bigger presence.
OK, we'll leave it there. Bronte, thanks so much. Looking fabulous also.
Thanks, Bronte.
Thank you.
Someone else looking fabulous, Jackie Beltrao,
yes.
joined us.
Thanks very much.
Good morning to you.
Well,
you know, I don't mess about. And you got good news as well.
Yeah, it was a really good night for the English clubs in Europe last night. For Villa, for Crystal Palace. There was one more.
Anyone else? I don't know. Can you remember?
Oh, Forest.
Oh, there we go.
Thought you might help me out there. Really good night in Europe for them. So we'll look at those goals, but also look ahead to the big match of the weekend. If you're an Arsenal fan, you're probably feeling quite nervous about this. If you're a City fan, you're probably feeling quite gleeful. It's Manchester City against Arsenal. We'll hear from Erling Haaland. And then if we get time, we're going to talk about Live Golf and what it means for this breakaway tour, that there's so many rumours swirling around that it could be coming to an end. So we'll be chatting about that too.
A lifeline for millions of people living on both sides of one of the most volatile international borders. It's dams like these that have become inflection points between the two nuclear-armed neighbours, which could potentially lead to water wars in the future. A terror attack has shattered the peace and tranquility of Kashmir. At least 26 people have been killed and as many injured when militants fired upon them. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. The old and young, all weary after being trapped for days as the worst floods have hit Kerala in a century.
3 days we are on a rooftop. They have no food, nothing.
The roads have been inundated. The only way out is to get people by boat.
There have been reported deaths and many injuries, several critical. Many families will grapple with the unimaginable loss of one of the worst disasters in India's aviation history. The spiraling violence between two nuclear-armed neighbours that harbour decades of hostility just seems to be getting worse by the day. Garbage dumps like this not only threaten the lives of millions of people, but also pose a deadly consequence on the environment and climate. It is a source of death, decay, disease and pollution for hundreds of thousands of people living in its shadows.
There is so much disease because of this garbage. Sometimes it's so difficult to just breathe.
Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Over the next 45 days, an estimated 400 million Hindu pilgrims are expected to converge here in Prayagraj on the banks of the holy river Ganga and Yamuna. It's a real kaleidoscope of people from all walks of life.
Well, hello, and thank you for watching tonight on The Wrap. We will be joined by the very best commentators to explain the how and the why.
He did know what he was doing.
Both agree on that, can we?
No.
We can expect more analysis.
This is going to get deeper. I think it's going to end up with Russia.
Is war inevitable?
What he's interested in is a deal.
That doesn't rule out strikes.
I disagree.
And laughs along the way.
Plus, a look at tomorrow's headlines. The Wrap. Everything wrapped up for you from 10.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter? Perfect. Let's bring you some breaking news. Being a Sky News presenter. I began by asking...
Thank you so much.
...trusting us to tell her story. The battle for number 10. Sky News has been given exclusive access. Let me give you a sneak peek. It was the day those present would never forget. Why did you decide to open up and tell your story?
Jackie's here because you've got all the sport lined up.
Good morning.
But you've also got, like Kamali said, there is some good news for a certain individual.
Well,
if you're a Forest thorn between us two.
I mean,
a Forest fan.
English football generally is the same.
No, it's been really good last night in the Europa League, and you know Nottingham Forest. What a night for them, through to the semi-finals of the Europa League for the first time since 1984, since Brian
was telling us all about earlier.
Since Brian Clough was in charge, and it was really, really rocking. I mean, I bet you were kind of wishing you were there last night. It was absolutely rocking at the City Ground. What was very sad about it, though, was Elliot Anderson and Morgan Gibbs-White, when he scored, and also at the start of the match and at the end of the match, they held up a shirt with Elliot Anderson's name on because Elliot Anderson wasn't playing. He's a very talented 23-year-old. His mum died. And afterwards, when Morgan Gibbs-White was giving his interview, he was asked about it. He said he was really choked up and really couldn't continue with the interview and just said, you know, he's got to know that we're all with him. We're all with him. And this was, I guess, to show their teammate that they were all thinking about him in this, you know, horrible, horrible moment of his life. And, you know, this kid's got to come back in, carry on playing football, hopefully go to the World Cup this year. And, there's, you know, that is a lot to deal with when you lose your mum at such a young age.
The club that you never want to be part of.
No, I was part of that club as a teenager, and it was, it's very, very hard thing to get over. Very hard thing to get over. Great night for Villa, though. My goodness, thrashed Bologna, and it's now going to be Forest Villa in the semi-finals. And you have to, your money would be on Villa to win that.
I mean,
hang on a second.
Unai Emery's won it 4 times.
Big deal.
It is his
underdog and all
competition. He knows how to win it. And Palace through in the Conference League. So let's have a quick look at the action from last night, just very briefly. Brilliant night in Europe. Forest through. Let's have a look. Beating Porto 2-1 on aggregate. Morgan Gibbs-White with the decisive goal at the City Ground, which was absolutely bouncing last night. And Forest will face a very familiar side next. They have got Aston Villa, who thrashed Bologna 7-1 on aggregate. It was a thrilling all-English semi-final for the Europa League. 4-0 last night. And the success continues in the Conference League, where Crystal Palace are through to the last 4, despite losing 2-1 at Fiorentina. Ismail Assar opening the scoring, and they go through 4-2 over the 2 legs, thanks to the 3 goals they scored in the first leg last week. Now, if you're an Arsenal fan, I know you are, Leah, a huge game for Arsenal.
Are you nervous already?
Quite a nervous weekend for many Arsenal
because
fans,
it's right in saying, isn't it, Jackie? It's being viewed as a title decider.
Manchester City, well, basically, by losing to Bournemouth, they've opened the door for Manchester City very much, and Manchester City just kind of stormed through it last week by winning their match. So City's form goes 3-0 Chelsea, 4-0 Liverpool, 2-0 Arsenal in all competitions in their last 3 matches, and, you know, all of those goals scored as well. Arsenal, 1 win in 5, and, you know, losing to Bournemouth. Yes, they're through in Europe, but, again, a lot of questions over where are the goals coming from? Is it only going to be from set pieces? Where is the creativity? And honestly, those players did look tired midweek when they were playing in Europe. So there's so many questions, and Declan Rice has come out, was very bullish about it and said, you know, as a player, these are the games that you live for when things are on the line. And that is correct. When you are a top sportsman, the really, really good ones, when, you know, they've got no energy left in their legs, when it's the tightest and tightest of moments, they bring their best, whether it's tennis or football or darts, whatever, they bring their best in that moment. And that was what he was kind of like calling on from his Arsenal team. And they, you know, they do seem like very much in a siege mentality, Arsenal, and very much up for the match. But being up for it and doing it are 2 different things. Erling Haaland said, well, you can't really big it up enough. This is a huge match. Let's have a listen.
We all know the importance of this game. It's like, I mean, it's like a final, like last weekend was against Chelsea. It was a final as well. Let's be honest and say that. And we have a final every single weekend now for the next, I don't know, 6 weeks. So it's a massive game. It's probably the best, the biggest and the best game it will be. So hopefully it can be an amazing game.
But that's the thing. I feel like lately, every game against Arsenal, the opposite team is playing them like it is a final.
Yeah.
And that's factoring in.
Well, like Declan said, no one's going to give it to you. No. And everybody's fighting for their own thing. And City are definitely fighting to chase them down. And, you know, Pep would find that so fun. Oh, you know, we've reeled them in. They win this, it's down to, the lead is down to 3. They've got a game in hand. They win that, the lead is down to 0. Then you're looking at who blinks first for the remaining matches. I mean, it is a good title race. Everyone thought it wasn't going to be, but it actually is.
And the game is on Sunday, right?
Yeah, the game's on Sunday, Super Sunday, 4:30. Just wanted to quickly touch on golf because we were chatting at the beginning of the week. I was chatting about Rory winning the Masters. It was a great story. But the story this week has been about Live Golf, the breakaway golf funded by the Saudis, and so many rumours swirling around that it's not going to continue. They've sunk $5 billion, the Saudis, into Live Golf, luring away huge names like John Ram to go and play on it. And they're not getting a return on their investment. Nobody's watching it on TV. And the public investment fund that bankroll all of Saudi's sport have come out with their strategy for the next 4 years. And it obviously there's a lot of World Cup in there, but there's no mention of golf, which has got the rumour mill going. Just the question is, what happens to those golfers who are still sort of on that tour? So you've got John Ram, we've just looked up there, Bryson DeChambeau, and both of those did very badly in the Masters. And then you look at the ones who were on it, like Brooks Koepka and Tyrrell Hatton, who were on that breakaway tour, did get millions, and then paid millions in fines to return to the PGA Tour, and then did really well at the Masters. It's an interesting scenario because they were the disruptor, and it may well be disrupting back the other way.
They were accused of sport washing. What if they've washed it enough now, and that's where they're going to back away?
Yeah, possibly.
All right, Jax, for now, thanks so much for that. Stay with us. Top stories coming up next.
I urge you not to look away. If Hamas hands the hostages over, they will end this conflict. The world has been watching. Good to see you again. How are you? Did she say how he was?
The conditions are awful.
The jets were ordered to come back. Historic day here today. How will you respond if India does launch airstrikes?
They will be all out to war.
I'm just going to put some body armor on. I'm Yalda Hakim.
then, a very good morning. It is 8 a.m. and this is Mornings on Sky News. I'm Kamali.
And I'm Leah. Thanks for starting your day with us. This is how things are looking.
The top civil servant at the Foreign Office out of his job after his department didn't tell the Prime Minister Lord Mandelson had failed security vetting for his role as US ambassador.
Sir Keir Starmer is accused of lying to Parliament by telling MPs due process was followed with Mandelson's appointment, and there are calls for him to resign. One of his ministers described the incident as a failure of the state.
A 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon in place, but the Lebanese army say it's already been violated.
Well, also today, plans for better protection for music lovers with a proposed ban on the release of resale of tickets above face value.
Plus, could Cuba be next in Donald Trump's sights? We've got a special report from Havana, where the US blockade is bringing the country to its knees.
Good morning. Well, this morning, another moment of peril for the Prime Minister as the fallout from the Peter Mandelson scandal has been given new life. Keir Starmer is accused of lying to Parliament over the appointment of Mandelson as US ambassador.
Yeah, reports have emerged that Mandelson failed his security vetting, but the recommendation of the vetting agency was overruled by the Foreign Office, and he was appointed anyway without anyone being told.
Yes, Sky News understands the top civil servant at the Foreign Office, Olly Robbins, will now leave his post. Downing Street says the PM was only told this week that Mandelson hadn't cleared the security process. Well, speaking to us earlier this morning, the Chief Secretary to Keir Starmer has revealed that the PM is furious about the situation, but denied his boss misled Parliament.
You can't criticise the Prime Minister's judgment for information that was not given to him.
He should have known. He should have asked the right question.
I agree that the Foreign Office should have told the Prime Minister.
He should have asked the right question, shouldn't he?
The Foreign Office said that development vetting clearing had been passed. That is normal process in government. This is why the Prime Minister is as furious as everybody else, because he would expect, as you have alluded to in your question, to have been told that UK security vetting did not recommend Peter Mandelson to be appointed.
He's furious with himself.
He's furious with the state. I mean, this is a failing of the state. It is a security failing. It is utterly unacceptable, not just in the individual case of Peter Mandelson and respect of the Prime Minister's fury at the Foreign Office for not having told him this information, but the very fact that the processes were in place that allow for that to happen in the first place.
I should take a little closer look at how all of this has reached this point. On the 11th of December in 2024, Sir Keir Starmer was warned in a due diligence report about Peter Mandelson's ties to Jeffrey Epstein and the potential reputational risks of appointing him.
On December 20th, despite warnings, the Prime Minister proceeded with appointing Mandelson as Britain's ambassador to the United States.
Then on the 11th of September in 2025, Mandelson was sacked following the release of further details of his relationship with Epstein.
In February of this year, Mandelson was arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office regarding allegations of marketed sensitive information to Epstein in 2009. Of course, this is something he's always denied.
Yeah, well, in March, internal government files were released, which show Starmer overruled warnings about reputational risks 9 days before Mandelson's appointment.
And then yesterday, The Guardian reported that Lord Mandelson failed his security vetting clearance. This was prior to his appointment, but the decision was overruled by the Foreign Office. Well, so that's where we are.
Absolutely. A lot has happened. Our political correspondent, Lucy McDade, is here to bring us up to speed with where we are and where the government finds itself.
Yeah, good morning. As Darren Jones was saying, Number 10 was telling journalists very late last night that the Prime Minister is absolutely furious with this. The argument from them is that he was only made aware on Tuesday this week that Foreign Office officials decided to overrule that decision by security officials not to clear Peter Mandelson of that high vetting process. Apparently, Keir Starmer at the Foreign Office now as well, trying to urgently gather the facts of this. And we now know, confirmed by Darren Jones on Sky News this morning, that the Prime Minister will face MPs in the Commons on Monday. Why is this a problem? Well, it comes down to whether or not the Prime Minister lied to MPs. He has repeatedly told them in the House of Commons 3 times in 1 day on September, 3 days on 1 day in September, that a full process was followed. Now, when you look at, I'm sorry to get technical, you look at the ministerial code here and whether or not he's breached it. It comes down to whether he knowingly misled Parliament. And for Downing Street this morning and over the weekend when they're preparing for Monday, it comes down to trying to convince his MPs effectively that he didn't have the information and he hasn't done anything untoward. People are trying to make comparisons here with Partygate, Boris Johnson, whether he misled the Commons over whether or not guidance was followed in number 10. They're trying to make a very clear distinction here, effectively pleading ignorance. The Prime Minister wasn't made aware of any of this.
Yeah, and it's whether that washes, really, essentially.
Exactly that. You've got local elections coming up. There have been questions over Keir Starmer's judgment anyway, particularly when it comes to this Mandelson scandal, and whether or not MPs feel that this is another thing they can forgive and move on from.
Opposition parties are calling for him to go, though, regardless.
Yeah, and this is another really notable moment here this morning. Kemi Badenoch particularly, Ed Davey as well, have always been very critical over the appointment of Peter Mandelson to that top job in Washington. But, you know, we follow the language of political leaders, don't we? And it is important because this morning she is categorically calling for him to resign, but she is not the only one. Ed Davey is as well. Zach Polanski of the Greens is. Reform is calling for him to resign. And the Conservatives as well. We've got Alex Burkhart coming on shortly. That's why it's critical. They are circling now around the Prime Minister. This will increase the political pressure on him.
OK, for now, Lucy, thanks so much.
Appreciate that, Lucy. Now, to the Middle East, and the 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon is officially underway. The pause came into effect at 10 o'clock last night, but the Lebanese army say there's been shelling in several Lebanese villages since.
Yeah, it is worth noting also that Hezbollah, that's the group backed by Iran, was not part of this agreement. And Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, well, he's confirmed his forces won't withdraw from southern Lebanon.
Yeah, well, posting on social media, Donald Trump wrote this: "I hope Hezbollah acts nicely and well during this important period of time. It will be a great moment for them if they do. No more killing, must finally have peace."
Well, let's bring in our correspondent, Sally Lockwood. Sally, what's been the response to this latest ceasefire? Morning.
Good morning to you both. This latest ceasefire announcement is hugely welcome in this region. When we woke up here on the 8th of April with the ceasefire announced between the US and Iran for that 2-week pause in fighting, there was a huge sense of relief in the UAE and Gulf states that the fighting would stop. But that relief turned to horror when people saw the scenes unfolding in Lebanon, that not only was Lebanon not included in that ceasefire, but actually the attacks on the country got worse, with more than 100 attacks in just the space of 10 minutes on targets in Lebanon, including Beirut, more than 300 people killed on that day. And I think there was not just horror at seeing those scenes unfold, but also a lot of concern that fighting in Lebanon would threaten the ceasefire here and the bigger picture unravelling altogether. So the fact that this ceasefire has been agreed for 10 days in Lebanon is hugely welcome, but of course it's fragile. Hezbollah and Israel did not want to stop the fighting. They've essentially been told to by Iran and the US so that it doesn't threaten the wider implications of the ceasefire in the region. And if you look at what's been happening overnight, you know, it's already had a shaky start. The Lebanese military reporting shelling in the south in the first few hours of the ceasefire, and the IDF, the Israeli military, has said they targeted nearly 400 Hezbollah targets, as they described them, in the space of just 24 hours yesterday in Lebanon. Nonetheless, a pause in fighting for now is underway, and that does give Iran and the US and the region space to breathe and space for negotiations. It does sound like they are gearing up for a second round of negotiations between America and Iran in Islamabad next week. We don't yet know who's going to attend. We don't know what day they are going to take place. And certainly there's not been any formal extension of the current 2-week ceasefire. But if you listen to the rhetoric coming from both sides, it certainly sounds encouraging. A senior Iranian official has said that progress has been made in the last few days when they've been holding talks with Pakistani mediators. And certainly Donald Trump has been talking up the situation for some time. He's described the relationship between Iran and the US at the moment as in a very good place, which I do think is a stretch of the imagination when you look at what's happened over the last 7 weeks, when you look at what's happened in the last year. During negotiations, Israel and America has attacked Iran twice now in the last year. So I think there is zero trust when it comes to Tehran and Washington. But nonetheless, it does seem that both sides are attempting to push for some sort of diplomatic breakthrough. Nonetheless, the Defense Secretary in the US, Pete Hegseth, has also said in the last 24 hours that they're locked and loaded and essentially ready to return to fighting if necessary, and warned Iran, we're watching you. And we know that a third US aircraft carrier is currently making its way to the region. More Marines are on the way from California. They will be in place by the end of the month, it's understood. So there is still this military build-up taking place, as we've seen before, at the same time as diplomatic efforts. But for now, a very welcome pause in fighting, but it hasn't changed the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. That remains fairly static. It's not reopened for commercial shipping. That is having big implications on fuel shortages and markets around the world. So for now, it feels like the region and the world, when it comes to this situation in Iran, is in a tense holding pattern.
All right, Sally, for now, in Dubai, thank you very much for that.
Now, music fans are calling on the government to give them a greater say on the policies that safeguard the industry. A fan-led review has set out 50 recommendations, including banning ticket resale above the face value. Yep. We're going to talk more about this with our correspondent, Oliver Whitfield-Mearchich. It's all well and good, isn't it, having recommendations? Doesn't mean they'll be followed.
It doesn't mean that they'll be followed, and the last time that a review like this was held into the sort of small venues, the underground music scene, the government didn't take on any of those recommendations, hence why the Culture, Media and Sport Committee has done this fan-led review, which has heard from 4,000 fans. And they talk about the positives and the negatives, but one of the biggest negatives for a lot of fans is that they feel neglected and they feel ripped off, especially in light of this increased use of dynamic pricing. It's also known as surge pricing, which we saw during Oasis, where when there's a lot of demand, promoters will boost the price of those tickets, but sometimes consumers are left paying hundreds of pounds more for exactly the same ticket that the person standing next to you got only a minute earlier.
Right, so what are the other recommendations apart from trying to dealing with that surge pricing?
Well, one of the biggest ones is to celebrate our music. You know, music to the UK culture is a huge part of our national identity. We've got on great festivals, the likes of Glastonbury. We have got great underground music artists. We introduced garage to the world. We introduced dubstep, drum and bass. You know, there's a lot that there is to celebrate, but a lot of the time, you can't go to music venues because they close down. There's a lot of financial pressures on those smaller venues, and there's calls for levies to be brought in for those big music events to then support the work of these smaller venues, because that's where a lot of these artists begin with. And if you don't have that initial place to start your career, how are you then meant to go and represent the UK on the world stage?
Yeah, totally. And, you know, UK garage, I mean,
Amazing.
Such a huge scene. Big up to Tinchy Strider.
All right, Olly, for now, thank you so much for that. All right, let's get a bit more on the fallout around the appointment of Lord Mandelson to be ambassador to the United States and the decisions made or not made by the government and the Prime Minister. Pleased to say we're joined now by the independent MP for Hackney North and Stoke Newington, Diane Abbott. Diane Abbott, good morning to you. Thank you very much for coming in. What have you made of what the government have said in the light of that reporting from The Guardian that Peter Mandelson failed his security vetting?
What I make of it is that it is absolutely inconceivable that Peter Mandelson, who was about to be appointed to the most senior position in British politics outside our cabinet and had to resign from government in disgrace twice, it is inconceivable that ministers didn't know. It's just not how the civil service works.
And we've heard today from Darren Jones that the Prime Minister says, you know, he's furious by what's happened. How do you feel, Diane Abbott?
I feel, as I say, that it's just not possible that Number 10 didn't know. And I think to try and pretend Number 10 didn't know when anybody who follows those issues would know that that can't be true is the kind of thing that undermines people's faith in politics.
I mean, they've described it as a state failure. When I heard that, I felt that feels sort of deep stateish. It feels a bit Trumpish in the language.
Well, it does seem a bit Trumpish. But as I say, my point is it can't possibly be
Just
like
can't
that.
be true. Do you think they're lying to us?
That's not how the civil service works. They would not have taken such a serious decision without getting political clearance. Civil servants on their own wouldn't say, oh, I know, we'll ignore the security vetting. There must have been political clearance, and Number 10 would have known.
So we've also heard from the Lib Dems, from the Greens, from Reform, who are also calling on the Prime Minister to resign. What's your sense? Are you calling for the same thing? Do you think he should walk the plank for this?
I don't often agree with Reform, and I'm not going to start now. But it's always been the process that if you mislead the House, you have to step down. And I do think the Prime Minister must consider his position.
Darren Jones, just a little while ago, said he didn't mislead the House because he didn't know.
I can't get over that. I mean, how could he not know? Civil servants don't take those sorts of decisions without clearance.
Well, because, OK, if I'll be the advocate for them, Olly Robbins didn't tell anyone, and he kept it very tight in his circle.
Poor Olly Robinson, being made to walk the plank. It's just poor Olly Robinson. Number 10 would have known. It's not possible that they wouldn't have known. And as I say, I mean, they can say that... They can say that Number 10 didn't know, but no one can believe that.
What do you think right now the atmosphere will be like in those inner circles of Keir Starmer this morning?
They must be a tiny bit nervous. I mean, you can't... I mean, I'm just speechless.
Were you surprised when the
No,
details?
the point about Peter Mandelson is that he's had to resign from government in disgrace twice. So I wasn't surprised.
And the PM knew as well, that was out before this, that there were issues around him, and he ignored those before he made the appointment. In your conversations with your colleagues and in the WhatsApp groups, what's the feeling among people within the party at the moment?
Nobody believes that the Prime Minister...
OK, you said that no one believes them. They think they've been lying to us the whole way through.
Well, you know, I don't want to use the word lie, but I would say that he must consider his position.
I mean, that leaves him in a really tricky spot, doesn't it, Diane? Because, as you heard from Darren Jones earlier, categorically they think that he just didn't know, so wasn't able to then make the right decisions.
That is the line, that he didn't know, so he didn't consciously mislead the House. What I'm saying, it's not possible that he didn't know. That is not how the civil service works.
So, OK, let's look to the future then. Beyond the May elections, what do you think the very top of Labour will look like?
I really can't tell you. There's so much that's going to happen between now and May, and it's tricky for the government. But this is a situation we're in.
Is Keir Starmer the right man to lead Labour right now?
Keir Starmer is the man leading Labour. And as I say, this is the kind of thing which makes people sceptical about politicians.
Dan, reflect on it from your position, Mother of the House. They've taken the whip away from you, what, twice? They still haven't given it back to you. That investigation is where? Looking back on, you know, your time in Parliament, what and having this Labour government in power now with that huge majority, I mean, are you disappointed? Are you just feeling let down by all of this? Like, what do you think?
I think this is not what people expected as a result of the last general election. It's not what people expected, including a lot of just ordinary Labour supporters.
Will it wash with the public?
I don't think anybody that pays attention to these types of issues can believe that Number 10 didn't know.
Diane Abbott, really appreciate you coming in this morning, and always good to speak to you. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. All right, well, look, we are going to see the Prime Minister a little bit later on. He is in Paris for a meeting with the French President Emmanuel Macron as they try and build a coalition to get the Strait of Hormuz open once again.
Yeah, that's right. Pleased to say we're joined by John Foreman, a former Royal Navy captain who has served as the UK Defence Attaché in both Moscow and Kyiv. He joins us now. Very good morning to you, sir. What's your thoughts ahead of this meeting?
Well, I think in the introduction, you say about the summit's about to get the straits open. They're not going to be opening the straits. This is very much a post-peace, post-ceasefire operation if it goes into place. So it strikes me that Macron and Starmer are trying to tell the Americans that we're willing to do something in support of freedom of navigation, but only once the conflict's over. I think it's also trying to show their publics that there's more political distance from the Americans to say that we're going to have an independent operation. We're not going to be beholden to what the Americans have been doing in Iran.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because whatever comes out of this meeting, this diplomacy, whether Donald Trump and his administration will even listen.
Well, I think that's the accusation being thrown at them from the other side of the Atlantic, that this summit is a bit tokenistic. It's a bit after the fact, that Macron and Starmer are going to turn up after the party's been over and say, don't worry, lads, we'll take it from here. One wag told me that Keir Starmer's the John Terry of international politics. You know, John Terry famously missed a Champions League final, then put his kit on and tried to claim victory. It's the same idea that Starmer's going to turn up in the Straits of Hormuz once the war's finished and say, you know, we're ready to take control here. And I think that will be transparent to the Americans, also the Gulf allies.
Yes, an Arsenal fan being compared to John Terry will not be a good look for the Prime Minister. But this has echoes as well of the coalition of the willing, doesn't it, John? You know, this idea that in the event of peace in Ukraine, Keir Starmer and Emmanuel Macron will do something at that point. And one wonders, you know, of course, these wars aren't over yet, but does it begin to just look a lot like rhetoric, a lot like talk, and actually not have any sort of substance behind it?
Well, I've been on Sky before about the coalition of the willing in Ukraine, and there was great fanfare about sending military force, but as the sort of facts became clear, the numbers were reduced to more of a token presence. And I think there's a pattern of behaviour by Keir Starmer, is that when he's under pressure or he wants to be shown to be doing something, he calls a meeting. So he's called a meeting again. There were previous meetings, having a meeting with Macron so they can grandstand. But I think the key thing was to see what specific actions come out of it. And actually, if you look at what's happening on the ground, the Americans have got this blockade of Iranian ports. There's a binding UN Security Council resolution which condemns Iran's blockage of the Straits of Hormuz, condemns Iran's serious threat to international peace and security. But that's not being backed up by the UK or the France sending ships out to the Gulf region to be prepared to contribute to international security once the war's over.
And John, while all of this is playing out, there's a fragile ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, Iran and the US. That's playing out. How do you think Vladimir Putin will be viewing all of this?
Well, I think there's a lot of misguided commentary that Russia was somehow going to gain strategic advantage from the war in Iran. I think that the American embargo in particular to try and strangle Iranian oil exports is going to, hopefully, the Americans hope, bring Iran to the table. But I think you look at Russia's position strategically, it's clear the Americans want to deal with the Iranians. The Russians may play part in that, part of handling the enriched uranium. But I think strategically, the Russian position in the south, to their south, has been weakened. And although they may have gained some slight advantage from an uptick in oil prices, I don't think that's really sustainable. And if it's part of a pattern, you've seen Russia losing its friends in Syria, its friends in Iran are under pressure. The dictator of Venezuela was taken back to the United States. So I think it's a pattern for the Russians to say, look aghast at the Americans using force in Iran, and also reiterates to them their own strategic weakness or their conventional forces while they're tied down in Ukraine.
John, if you'll indulge me, then this is slightly outside your area of expertise, but you've been through security clearance. I wonder if you'd had a thought about our top story today and the fact that Peter Mandelson allegedly didn't pass security clearance and was still appointed to the job. What do you make of what we're being told at the moment, that the government, number 10, the Prime Minister, just weren't told that he didn't pass?
Well, I have been through, in my time in the Navy, through security clearance, and I know of people who failed their clearance and the job wasn't offered to them. So something I think has gone seriously wrong at the heart of government. If a man is appointed to a position and then he fails a security clearance, a very sensitive position with access to very sensitive information. And I think there's probably more to this than strikes the eye, that they've thrown the permanent secretary of the Foreign Office under the table. But I think the real issue comes down to Starmer wanted a political appointee. It was him and his office which were pushing for Peter Mandelson to be appointed to Washington. And for whatever reason, the normal sort of checks and balances in the system, because of that political pressure, have broken down. So I think there's more to come. I think if Parliament should, I think Parliament should hold hearings to find out, to get to the bottom of this, because this has dragged on now for 6 months, and each week comes along, a new revelation takes it closer to number 10.
Appreciate the answer, John. Appreciate you being within your expertise as always. Good to speak with you, John. Thank you. John Fulmer there, former defence attaché to both Moscow and Kyiv.
Yeah, still so much to come here on Mornings for you on Sky News. After the break, we'll be taking a look at the landmark Supreme Court ruling. This is on biological sex, a year after it was delivered. Stay with us. Hello again. In April last year, the Supreme Court ruled that the term woman in UK law referred to biological sex. Well, since then, trans people, businesses and gender-critical campaigners have been waiting for guidance from the government on what it means for single-sex spaces.
Well, our Holly Beaumont has been looking into what's changed in the years since the court ruling. Here's some of her investigation.
It's been a year since this court ruled that sex under the Equality Act is biological.
The terms woman and sex in the Equality Act refer to a biological woman and biological sex.
This meant that transgender people would no longer be legally recognised as the gender they identify with when it comes to accessing gender-specific spaces. A decision Gender Critical campaign has widely celebrated and the transgender community criticised and feared.
But the government has not issued any guidance on this, leaving businesses unclear on how to interpret the law.
It's very difficult. It's going to be very difficult in each individual case, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt.
It's appalling. The government have created the problem, and they are failing to resolve the problem.
I think it is up to us to tell men who are in women's spaces to leave us alone. I want to live in a peaceful society. I don't want people to be harassed.
As of April 2026, the government has now said it's received updated guidance from the Equality and Human Rights Commission and is looking to implement it urgently. But in the meantime, there has been difficulties and confusion for trans people and businesses with single-sex spaces.
Well, pleased to say Holly joins us in the studio now. Great to see you, Holly. Welcome.
Lovely to see you.
Just tell us why you chose to explore this particular story and exactly what you found out.
Yeah, so I realised it was coming up to a year since the Supreme Court ruled on the legal definition of a woman, and it struck me that the government still hadn't issued official guidance on what the full implications of the law actually are. And so I wanted to speak to people at the heart of this, you know, the transgender community who this law would be affecting, the gender critical who campaigned for this ruling, and businesses. And actually, after speaking to these people, it became clear that while they were significantly divided on the issue of who belongs in these single-sex spaces, there was a commonality in this sort of frustration towards the government. So on the gender critical side, a campaigner I spoke to said that, you know, while she felt that the court had ruled in their favour, she also felt that, you know, the judgment wasn't being upheld in practice. And this is something that she blamed largely on the government. And then the transgender people that I spoke to were similarly disappointed in the government's lack of clarity on something that, you know, would be affecting their everyday lives.
So I think we can hear actually from some of the people you spoke to.
The world seems to be turning against trans rights.
The law is on our side, but the government say they're on side, but they refuse to issue the guidance. They tell service providers to get legal advice.
Well, the government have since put out a statement, so what have they said and where do we stand on this today?
Yeah, that's right. So on the 8th of April, several women's rights groups, including For Women Scotland, who brought the case in the first place, sent a letter to the Prime Minister, you know, essentially putting pressure on the government to act. And the following week, the Women and Equalities Minister, Bridget Phillipson, did issue a written statement where she explained that they will be publishing some draft code practices on this after the May elections. And we did invite Bridget for an interview, but she declined and instead sent us a statement where she talked about, you know, they've been clear on the protection of single-sex spaces based on biological sex, and, you know, also spoke about how, you know, they needed to carefully consider the draft code before publishing it. And, yeah, actually, speaking on this yesterday, the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, said that, you know, he's absolutely confident that they can protect women's voices and spaces while also protecting the dignity and safety of transgender people. So I suppose, you know, when this does come out next month, we assume, you know, hopefully there will be some more clarity for what this means.
Hopefully. Olly, we appreciate the reporting, and we can see your full film, I believe, on our YouTube channel, and if you scan that QR code right now, you can watch it. Olly, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, President Donald Trump's effective oil blockade on Cuba has entered its 4th month. He's starving the Caribbean nation of fuel in a maximum pressure campaign to bring down the island's communist government and perhaps, in his words, take Cuba.
But as Sky News has seen from travelling to the country, is the people there were suffering the most. Well, the US and Cuba have been foes ever since the communist revolution on the island back in the 50s. That's when America began economic embargoes.
President Trump went further in January, signing an executive order threatening countries that supply oil to Cuba with tariffs.
Yeah, Cuba imports 60% of its fuel from Russia, Mexico and Venezuela. The blockade means petrol and diesel are reduced to but a trickle.
And they're a regular blackout, sometimes lasting an entire week from a collapsing national power grid.
Yeah, food is tragically short and there is a regular tragic routine with hours-long queues for even the basics. The United Nations says 1 million people are dependent on water being trucked in, which is severely constrained because, of course, there's a lack of diesel.
Yeah, our chief correspondent Stuart Ramsey reports from the Cuban capital, Havana.
The centre of Havana is plunged into darkness once again. The Cuban government doesn't have enough oil to keep its power grid working. It has no choice but to switch it off. Even the capital can be no longer spared. If there are lights, they come from car batteries or saved-up solar energy. Remember, these are some of Havana's main districts. They've never been deprived of electricity like this before. A Cuba powerless to provide its people with power. Illuminated by headlights or with torches, people prepare for an early night. When the night falls now, normal life is suspended. Just because it's daylight doesn't mean there's power. Some of the power cuts last for days at a time. Cuba is into its 4th month since Donald Trump's government imposed a blockade of all fuel to the country. The blockade doesn't just affect power. It affects every facet of life here, and it's unraveling faster than anyone predicted. There's a growing food shortage now, and people are desperate. Through rubbish bins, they search for anything of value and anything worth eating. Some collected in bags, slowly working their way through the mound of rubbish, seeking out discarded fruit and vegetables rotting beneath the blistering sun, sifting out what they can scavenge from here. These aren't homeless people, they're desperate people. Others can't wait, inspecting the food, then eating it. It's that desperate. There's been incredible poverty here in Cuba for a long time, but this type of open, desperate need hasn't existed here for many years. And the streets of the capital don't usually look like this. What people have been telling me is that the streets of Havana are famous for always being really clean, even though the people are really poor. But things have got worse, and as a lady was just explaining to me, this is here because the normal refuse people, the bin men, haven't got petrol to actually come and pick up the rubbish. So I've passed lots of street corners and it's like this. Hours-long queues form outside barely functioning government-controlled bakeries. They're limited to 1 piece of bread per person when there is any to be had. We found that the government's bodega stores that once provided cheap essentials like rice and cooking oil are basically shut or empty. Barely anything on the shelves. Pharmacies as well have just empty shelves. This one appears to be open, but it seems there's virtually nothing in stock.
Please help me with 1 milk here.
On the street, a man approached me, asking for paracetamol.
I'm an English teacher. I teach a teenager in high school. But we have very few possibilities to buy new jobs, because the new market is, we can't afford. I mean, the people who live like me, like a wage, my income is 2,500 pesos like a teacher, and I can't afford to buy a new job.
As the Cuban government struggles to cope with this crisis, it's fallen on charities to provide some help. And the community of Santa Gidio Charity is now trying to feed a growing number of the most vulnerable. The elderly and the homeless line up for pasta. Meals are dished up by volunteers 3 times a week. Well, the statistics vary, but somewhere between 72% and 90% of people in Cuba live in extreme poverty. About 3/4 say that they miss at least 1 meal a day because they simply can't afford to buy the food. They just haven't any ways of getting to it. For these people, the most vulnerable in society, this is the absolute lifeline. This is possibly the only proper meal they're going to get today for certain, but maybe for large parts of the rest of the week. The charity's director, Inares Suarez Cardenas, says the crisis is getting worse and they're being asked to provide more and more across society. The US blockade, she says, is pushing Cuba over the edge.
La situación de combustible inmoviliza.
The fuel situation paralyzes you.
You can't move around. It limits you to a large degree. There are many things that need fuel to function, and we don't have it, so we are practically paralyzed. Many shelters, for example, have had to close because they don't have the means to operate.
The tourism industry that brought billions of dollars of foreign currency into the country has dwindled. The once bustling tourist centres in Havana are virtually empty. There are few customers left to buy from the tourist shops and restaurants. The people of Cuba find themselves in the midst of an economic crisis that is worsening by the day. Years of government mismanagement combined with years of sanctions have left Cuba ill-prepared for the effects of President Trump's oil blockade. This is economic warfare every bit as destructive to life here as bombs and bullets would be. Crucial fuel supplies from Venezuela and Mexico have stopped on Trump's orders. A single Russian oil tanker has made it to Cuba in recent weeks, but that is it for the year so far. After Venezuela and Iran, President Trump says Cuba is next. Nobody here knows what next means, or whether it will make things even worse, if that is possible. Stuart Ramsey, Sky News, Havana, Cuba.
And do stay with Sky News. We'll have more from Stuart Ramsey throughout the morning here on Sky News. He'll be joining us live in the studio from 9:30.
Yeah, looking forward to that conversation. If you scan that QR code as well, you can watch Stuart's full report. So Stuart and team doing great work, as always. Now, a musical exploring the global threat of resistance to antibiotics has made its premiere in London, and it features a chorus of 60 NHS workers.
Yeah, Lifeline. It follows the story of Sir Alexander Fleming's discovery of penicillin at St Mary's Hospital in Paddington. This was in 1928, weaving his historical journey with a modern take on a junior doctor in Edinburgh.
I'm pleased to say we're joined now by Neil Metcalfe, the musical director, and Anna May Long, who's a consultant paediatric and neonatal surgeon. Guys, thanks so much for coming in, and good morning to you both. Hell of a thing to put on.
Good morning. It's lovely to be here. Thank you so much.
Tell us about the play.
So it follows two stories. There's a story of Alexander Fleming, who discovered penicillin, and there's a modern story of a modern doctor in a hospital dealing with antibiotic resistance. It's fused with beautiful Scottish folk-type music, folk rock music, wonderful composer Robin Hiley, and we have all these amazing volunteer medics and healthcare workers who join us on a weekly rota. We have 12 each week, who are the lifeblood of the story, really, and really help us sell the story.
Yeah, I think that's what stood out for me, actually, Anna. You know, you're an NHS doctor on the front line. How does that feel? What's the reality amongst the production for you being part of this?
Well, I think it brings a real authenticity to the story. You know, I'm a consultant surgeon and I deal with the challenges that antibiotic resistance brings, which is, you know, the stories of these superbugs. And I look after children and babies, and we even see very young babies and children being colonised with bugs that are resistant to antibiotics. And so it produces all sorts of challenges in the ways we treat them, in the way we manage them. And so that sort of is what's driving me to be involved, but also it kind of, with people like me and other scientists who are involved in the field, it kind of brings this real potency to the story that we are there sort of as part of it. So kind of we play a kind of role as this chorus, and every week there's a different chorus because we all have our full-time jobs
of course, yes.
to do. So we commit to a week, but it's been a great opportunity to sort of meet both those who are involved in the real world of the NHS and science, but also to work with these amazing professionals who are, you know, helping us tell the story in a really powerful way. You know, I think arts, the performing arts, has so much to do in terms of communicating to the public these really important, complex messages, and this story allows it to be told in a really emotional, human way. And the professionals who are involved in the cast, you know, the musicians, the composer Robin Hiley has just made this beautiful music that just really connects with people. And, you know, they're very, very talented kind of actors and singers and professionals who are in it. It's been such an honour.
Well, likewise.
And a joy.
Absolutely.
How did you go about casting the other?
We used a casting agency, and we had a lot of interest. And for our medics, we had, I think, over 250 people applied to be in it. We could only take 60, so we had to whittle those down with interests and a real connection with antimicrobial resistance and working in that field. And then obviously folk who've had some experience maybe of being on stage. Some have had quite a bit of experience, and some have had little, but it's a great team effort, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, it was really funny to be kind of, you know, going along to an audition process. It was very surreal.
What did you have to do?
So Neil was there with the piano, kind of cheering on, and you know, lots of people in front. So we had to do a bit of a song from a musical.
Excellent.
And
Which one did you do?
I did Somewhere That's Green from Little Shop of Horrors.
Yes. Oh, wow. Good, really?
Yes, yeah.
Excellent.
And then we had to perform some lines from the musical, so...
No dancing? Just...
Not at that stage, no
dancing. The steps came later.
Yeah, but no, the choreography and the movement in the show is really lovely as well, and it kind of really helps. Leanne Pinders, our choreographer, and the movement that she's created just really helps tell the story. So.
Just to wrap, there is a line, isn't there, in the production about prescribing singing on the NHS. Is there like a deeper message about how NHS staff cope with the load?
Well, I think what's really nice is that it portrays the NHS and what they do and its value to society at the centre of the show. And so I think it's a way of people seeing the challenges that doctors face and the decisions that they make and how hard that is, but also how the public perceive them. So it ends in a very hopeful and positive way. So that's a really lovely way to portray.
And where can people see it?
Southwark Playhouse Elephant. We're on for another 2.5 weeks. Please come along and see it.
Brilliant. Thank
There's
you.
a plug.
Thank you so much.
Anime, thanks so much, and all the best with the rest of the run. Thank you so much for that. Right, that's pretty good.
Yeah, we'll have to go along.
Maybe we will.
We've got so much more to come on mornings on Sky News. Jackie will be here with all the sport, and there's a team, isn't there?
I'm delighted by the news that she's going to bring us, because Forest are in the semi-final of the Europa League Cup. We'll have that and the rest of the sport next.
A lifeline for millions of people living on both sides of one of the most volatile international borders.
It's dams like these that have become inflection points between the two nuclear-armed neighbors, which could potentially lead to water wars in the future. A terror attack has shattered the peace and tranquility of Kashmir. At least 26 people have been killed and as many injured when militants fired upon them. I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
The old and young, all weary after being trapped for days, as the worst floods have hit Kerala in a century.
3 days we are on a rooftop. They have no food, nothing.
The roads have been inundated. The only way out is to get people by boat. There have been reported deaths and many injuries, several critical.
Many families will grapple with the unimaginable loss of one of the worst disasters in India's aviation history.
The spiraling violence between two nuclear-armed neighbors that harbor decades of hostility just seems to be getting worse by the day.
Garbage dumps like this not only threaten the lives of millions of people, but also pose a deadly consequence on the environment and climate.
It is a source of death, decay, disease and pollution for hundreds of thousands of people living in its shadows.
There is so much disease because of this garbage. Sometimes it's so difficult to just breathe.
Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Over the next 45 days, an estimate 400 million Hindu pilgrims are expected to converge here in Prayagraj on the banks of the holy river Ganga and Yamuna. It's a real kaleidoscope of people from all walks of life.
Well, hello and thank you for watching.
Tonight on The Wrap.
We will be joined by the very best commentators to explain the how and the why.
He did know what he was doing.
Both agree on that, can we?
No.
No. You can expect more analysis.
This is going to get deeper. I think it's going to end up with Russia.
Is war inevitable?
What he's interested in is a deal.
That
doesn't rule out strikes. I disagree.
And laughs along the way.
Plus, a look at tomorrow's headlines. The Wrap. Everything wrapped up for you from 10.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist... Hi, darling.
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
...is being a Sky News journalist. You said to people, I'm not coming back for more, but you have come back for more.
Well, let's kick off.
And make a statement. What can our Prime Minister say to you to not impose tariffs?
He's coming out! What more do you need?
As promised, Jackie has joined us for all of the sport to look forward to at the weekend and a look back at some stuff from last night.
What a night last night.
Brilliant.
For English clubs in Europe, in the Europa League. Amazing. And you're a Nottingham Forest fan, so you must be absolutely delighted.
Very happy.
The place was absolutely jumping the City Ground last night, and they are through to a European semi-final for the first time since 1984, which is a really long time, and since Brian Clough days. I mean, that's quite extraordinary. The fact that they are battling relegation on the one hand and face Burnley at the weekend and go straight back into that we've got to survive mode, and you're through to a European semi-final. As are Aston Villa. They will play Villa next. Yep. I have to say, if I was a betting person, which I'm not really, I would put my money on Villa because Unai Emery has won this competition 4 times. It doesn't matter. It kind of does matter.
I didn't say it doesn't matter. We drew 1-1 with them at the weekend. We can still beat Villa over 2.
Oh, yeah, and also,
believe.
It's a cup match. Exactly. Anything can happen. And Crystal Palace in the Conference League through as well, even though they lost last night, they are also through. So we can have a look at some of the... Well, actually, before we look at the action, let's have a look at a really sad moment last night for Forest, because Morgan Gibbs-White scored the only goal last night, which was the difference between them and Porto. But he holds a shirt up, and they all hold a shirt up, of Elliot Anderson, their 23-year-old star, whose mum, Helen, died this week, so he wasn't playing last night. I don't know if he's going to be playing at the weekend, but a horrendous time for him and his family, and I think the team just wanted to know, we're with you, we're thinking of you. And at the end, Morgan Gibbs-White was interviewed, and he was asked about this, and he couldn't continue the interview. He became so choked himself. I mean, horrendous thing for a young man to have to deal with, and, you know, speaking from experience myself, who lost their mum as a teenager, something really hard to get over, and something you probably never really quite come to terms with. So thoughts out to Elliot Anderson, for all of us as well. But let's have a look at a little bit of the action from last night. It was a brilliant night in Europe. Forest through, beating Porto 2-1 on aggregate. Here's the goal, Morgan Gibbs-White with the only goal and decisive goal at the City Ground, which, well, it was an amazing atmosphere, and why wouldn't it be? Forest will face very familiar side next. They've got Villa, who thrashed Bologna 7-1 on aggregate, a thrilling all-English semi-final for the Europa League. And the success continued in the Conference League, where Crystal Palace are through to the semis also. They lost 2-1 at Fiorentina, but Ismail Assar opened the scoring, and they go through 4-2, thanks to the 3 goals they scored in the first leg last week. Now, a massive game at the weekend. Really massive for Manchester City and Arsenal. Arsenal, who have been looking...
You're very
well,
nervous.
It's just they're not looking the way they were at the beginning. And actually, you know, during the week, although they went through in Europe to the semi-finals, they looked tired. And in fact, Declan Rice has been he battled in illness to play in that match, and has been sort of coming out with a rallying cry saying, this is why you're a footballer, this is why you want to play. You know, you want to play in these matches where things really matter, and it really does matter that they get something from this match and stop Man City from getting all 3 points, because then the lead is cut to 3. Man City have a game in hand, and we kind of know how that story goes. They're on a roll.
Yeah.
And City are on a roll.
The thing that I was encouraged by, I think it was early in the week, Eberechi Eje was basically saying, look, we can't listen to the noise that's going on.
Focus.
We've got to focus, and Mikel Arteta setting the precedent for the team.
Yeah.
Focus, focus, focus.
Well, he's on fire, apparently. But Arsenal, you know, the stats don't lie. 1 win in 5. They're finding goals hard to come by. You know, even the set pieces are not going as well as they used to. And, you know, you look at City, it's 3-0 Chelsea, 4-0 Liverpool, 2-0 Arsenal in the last 3 matches. They've come into form at just the right time, so it's going to be a difficult one. But interesting, nevertheless, for the neutral, because it keeps it all very honest, the title race, doesn't it?
Fascinating, isn't it? Yeah.
And there's so much stuff going on at the bottom as well, even though Forest are not in it, they're not out of it, and, you know, it's just all so tight. Can we talk about golf a little, very briefly, because we're kind of running out of time? But we were talking about Rory winning the Masters on Monday, and the chatter all this week is about whether Live Golf, which was the Saudi bankrolled golf tournament, which was the breakaway golf tournament a few years ago, that really, you know, it took away a lot of stars from the PGA Tour. They paid them a lot of money, a lot of appearance money, signing on money, whatever you want to call it. You know, the likes of John Ram, Brooks Koepka, Tyrrell Hatton, Bryson DeChambeau, they all, Sergio Garcia even, they all jumped ship and went to play for Live Golf. And the chatter is now that the Saudi Public Investment Fund are not mentioning golf in their plans for the next 4 years. A lot of football, obviously, because they've got the World Cup, the Saudis, but no mention of golf. And also this week, the Public Investment Fund, who own the top 4 clubs in Saudi Arabia, the main club is Al Hilal, I think you can argue. They sold it. They sold their controlling share in it. So whether the Iran war is pinching the Saudis and they're splurging on sport, or they just want to back sports that give them a return and they don't want to be seen to be just chucking money at things with no return, and they've lost a lot of money on Live Golf.
They've got the boxing as well, haven't they? And they also, they're in
there's
Newcastle
boxing,
as well.
there's tennis, and they own Newcastle as well. So obviously, you know, questions around that. But it's an interesting talking point as to where it goes. And we should also mention, before we leave the golf behind, I don't know if you watched the dance last night. I watched a little bit. Luke Littler lost in the final to Johnny Clayton, who is on fire. He comes on to Johnny Be Good, so I actually do quite like Johnny Clayton. But anyway, those are the 1-2 at the top of the rankings.
Cheers.
Thank you for that.
More after the break.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
We're in an area that's just been reclaimed.
Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
People are directly protesting. The whole neighborhood has rallied around her. It's been impenetrable to journalists over the last 2 years of war in Sudan.
I've been waiting for this for 2 years. It doesn't feel like a big homecoming.
It was never going to be pretty. War isn't pretty.
is 9 a.m. This is Mornings on Sky News. I'm Kamali.
And I'm Leah. Thanks for starting your day with us. This is how things are looking.
The top civil servant at the Foreign Office out of his job after his department didn't tell the Prime Minister that Lord Mandelson had failed security vetting for his role as US Ambassador.
So Keir Starmer is accused of lying to Parliament by telling MPs due process was followed with Mandelson's appointment, and there are calls for him to resign. One of his ministers described the incident as a failure of the state.
A 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon is in place, but the Lebanese army says it's already been violated.
Also today, plans for better protection for music lovers with a proposed ban on the resale of tickets above face value.
Thus, could Cuba be next in Donald Trump's sights? We've got a special report from Havana where the US blockade is bringing the nation to its knees. Hello and thanks for being with us this morning. Another moment of peril for the Prime Minister as the fallout from the Peter Mandelson scandal has been given new life. Keir Starmer is accused of lying to Parliament over the appointment of Mandelson as US Ambassador.
Reports have emerged that Lord Mandelson failed his security vetting process, but the recommendation of the vetting agency, well, that was overruled by the Foreign Office, and he was appointed anyway without telling ministers.
Yeah, Sky News understands that the top civil servant at the Foreign Office, Sir Olly Robbins, will now leave his job. Downing Street says the PM was only told about it this week, that Mandelson hadn't cleared the security process. Speaking to us a little earlier, the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, Darren Jones, revealed that the PM is furious about the situation, but denied that his boss had misled Parliament.
You can't criticise the Prime Minister's judgment for information that was not given to him.
He should have known. He should have asked the right question.
I agree that the Foreign Office should have told the Prime Minister.
He should have asked the right question, shouldn't he?
The Foreign Office said that development vetting clearing had been passed. That is normal process in government. This is why the Prime Minister is as furious as everybody else, because he would expect, as you have alluded to in your question, to have been told that UK security vetting did not recommend Peter Mandelson to be appointed.
He's furious with himself.
He's furious with the state. I mean, this is a failing of the state. It is a security failing. It is utterly unacceptable, not just in the individual case of Peter Mandelson and respect of the Prime Minister's fury at the Foreign Office for not having told him this information, but the very fact that the processes were in place that allow for that to happen in the first place.
But independent MP Diane Abbott told us there was no way Downing Street would not have been informed.
I feel, as I say, that it's just not possible that Number 10 didn't know. And I think to try and pretend Number 10 didn't know, when anybody who follows those issues would know that that can't be true, is the kind of thing that undermines people's faith in politics.
I mean, they've described it as a state failure. When I heard that, I felt that feels sort of deep stateish. It feels a bit Trumpish in the language.
Well, it does seem a bit Trumpish. But as I say, my point is it can't possibly be
It just
like
can't
that.
be true. Do you think they're lying to us?
That's not how the civil service works. They would not have taken such a serious decision without getting political clearance. Civil servants on their own wouldn't say, oh, I know, we'll ignore the security vetting. There must have been political clearance, and Number 10 would have known.
Diane Abbott speaking to us earlier. Let's take a closer look at how all this has reached this point now. Well, on the 11th of December in 2024, Sir Keir Starmer was warned in a due diligence report about Peter Mandelson's ties to Jeffrey Epstein and the potential reputational risk of appointing him.
And then on December 20th, this is despite warnings, the Prime Minister proceeded with appointing Mandelson as Britain's ambassador to the United States.
Well, on the 11th of September in 2025, Peter Mandelson was sacked as ambassador following the release of further details about his relationship with Epstein.
In February of this year, Mandelson was arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office regarding allegations of passing market-sensitive information to Epstein. This was in 2009, something he has denied.
And in March, internal government files were released which show Starmer overruled warnings about the reputational risk before Mandelson was appointed.
And then yesterday, The Guardian reported that Lord Mandelson failed his security vetting clearance prior to his appointment, but the decision was overruled by the Foreign Office.
Well, we're going to see Sir Keir Starmer later. He's in Paris meeting with the French President, Emmanuel Macron, so they try and work out how to get the Strait of Hormuz flowing once again, once the war between US and Iran comes to an end. Let's go to Paris now, where our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is standing by. Morning to you, Sam. So, look, what's the situation? What's your view of how much danger the PM is in right now?
Look, I think that the Labour Party, the public, viewers, will be reeling at the events of the last 24 hours. Keir Starmer here today in Paris, hoping to turn the page on the events that unfolded throughout yesterday that have provided another big, damaging episode to his credibility. But at its heart, Keir Starmer appointed Peter Mandelson despite knowing that he had a long-standing association with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein, having been warned explicitly as part of the due diligence system that the government provides. Later, when details emerged, was forced to sack him, but claimed repeatedly that the justification for having him in post was that he passed the security vetting in February this year. He said explicitly, Peter Mandelson passed the vetting process, that's why he was in the job. He told the House of Commons that all due diligence was done in the proper manner. Last night, Guardian story revealed that wasn't true. The government quickly confirmed it, and their case for their defence is that they didn't know and that only Olly Robbins, the top civil servant in the Foreign Office, was aware of that. He was sacked by the Prime Minister late last night. But all across the Labour Party, you heard Diane Abbott there and in private, MPs are asking, is it really credible that a long-term official in good standing at the top of the civil service really acted unilaterally? If he did so, on what authority did he think he was acting? What were the messages coming from Downing Street? Were there no back channels at all that meant that anybody who was in Downing Street at the time knew about this? Just so many questions about how all of this, such a sensitive matter, could be pinned on one official with no political oversight or direction. So I think there are a lot of questions about what's happening still being asked. Your question, Kamali, how much peril is Keir Starmer in? Well, what I'm not getting this morning is a kind of trickle of MPs calling for Keir Starmer to go from within the Labour Party. You've got a pretty concerted attempt now from opposition figures to oust him. Kemi Badenoch came out last night, as did Ed Davey, as did Reform, to say, look, if he's misled the Commons, and we think he has, then he should go. So there's a concerted chorus from the opposition. But we're 3 weeks away from local elections. Keir Starmer's premiership not exactly in rude health anyway. This, at the moment, hasn't marked, it doesn't feel like it's marking a step change in that. But all of this, I think, will be taken into the round when there's a likely pretty ugly wash-up over everything after the May local elections, which are on course to be pretty disastrous for Labour. So it is another problem with his credibility, but it's unclear that's going to change anything today. But yes, I think it'll all be taken into account when MPs consider what to do with him in May.
Absolutely. All right. Look, Sam, you're in Paris, though, of course, for this meeting between the Prime Minister Emmanuel Macron about the Strait of Hormuz. This has been distracting from this. I mean, what's the Prime Minister hoping to achieve while there?
Keir Starmer is here, Giorgia Meloni of Italy, Friedrich Merz of Germany, all meeting Emmanuel Macron in the Elysee Palace, just a short distance from where I'm standing here. The idea is to have a summit to try and work out what to do over the Straits of Hormuz. In a funny way, Kamali, if Keir Starmer's overshadowed by the sort of questions of what's going on back home, this whole thing, this whole meeting here today is somewhat overshadowed because the action about what's really happening in the Straits of Hormuz is being determined in America and in discussions that are going on with Iran. So, in a sense, this whole episode is a sideshow, or if you were to put it more politely, a meeting about what to do in the future. Emmanuel Macron is proposing a sort of plan for the Straits of Hormuz, which provides 20% of the world's liquid natural gas and other key raw materials as an entry and exit point, which he calls the third way, which is essentially somewhere between the sort of aggressive sort of military-based attempts to keep it to control it from America and the threats from Iran to maybe impose tolls or insert mines. Basically, he's bringing together a coalition, those four leaders, plus probably a couple of dozen of world leaders in a video conference stretching from Latin America through to other European nations. And they are essentially trying to enforce the idea that you wouldn't have tolls, that you wouldn't have mines, that you wouldn't need force to keep the Straits of Hormuz open. America very conspicuously not invited. They're making it quite clear America not wanted in this. So this is a European fronted plan, another sign that Keir Starmer's prepared to go along with ventures that are not necessarily US and Donald Trump friendly, something that feels inconceivable 6 to 9 months ago. But what can they do? What assets can they bring together from various European countries? Well, all of that, frankly, Kamali, depends on geopolitical, diplomatic discussions that are happening elsewhere. There might be some agreements about what military ships, what naval assets, and what drones and the like can keep the Straits open in future. But they don't quite know what they're dealing with yet because we're just at the early sides of that ceasefire, still waiting for a proper ceasefire and climb down and negotiation between Donald Trump and the Iranians.
All right, Sam, for now, thank you so much. Of course, more from you throughout the day as that meeting between those European leaders gets underway.
OK, we're moving on now because that 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon is officially underway. Now, the pause in fighting, it came into effect around 10 o'clock last night, but the Lebanese army claims that since then there's been shelling on several villages in the south of the country. And it's also worth noting that Hezbollah, that's the group backed by Iran, was not part of the agreement. Meantime, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has confirmed his forces won't withdraw from southern Lebanon.
Yeah. Well, Donald Trump has had something to say about this. He wrote on his own social media site, "I hope Hezbollah acts nicely and well during this important period of time. It will be a great moment for them if they do. No more killing, must finally have peace." All right, let's bring in Sally Lockwood, our correspondent, joining us from Dubai in the UAE. Sally, great to have you with us this morning again to you. So what is the sense from the region as we find ourselves now into what seems like a precarious ceasefire, but a ceasefire nonetheless between Israel and Hezbollah?
Good morning to you both, Kamali. It really does feel like this region can now finally take a breath after 7 horrible weeks, because even though the ceasefire between Iran and the US, which has incorporated the attacks on Gulf states, has been in place since the 8th of April, there's been this threat the whole time of it all unravelling altogether because of the situation in Lebanon. When people woke up here on the 8th of April, there was such a sense of relief that that 2-week ceasefire had been called. But that relief turned to a sense of horror when people saw the scenes unfolding in Lebanon, that not only had Lebanon not been incorporated into that ceasefire agreement, but that actually the attacks were getting worse, with more than 100 attacks in the space of 10 minutes on that first day of the ceasefire, more than 300 people killed. It's caused so much concern, not least for the people of Lebanon. But I think now that this very fragile ceasefire has been called between Lebanon and Israel, it does feel like there's more hope that the ceasefire, the wider ceasefire, could be extended, and that there is now space and time for negotiations to take place without that constant threat that the fighting in Lebanon could throw everything. Now, it has had a shaky start. The Lebanese military have reported shelling overnight in the first few hours of the ceasefire. That's not a surprise. They often have messy starts. We saw that here on the first day. There were still attacks on the UAE in the first day of the ceasefire, but it really has calmed down now. And the Lebanese officials have warned Lebanese civilians who've been evacuated and displaced from the south of the country, more than 1 million civilians displaced in the course of the last 6 to 7 weeks. They have warned them to not all return home until there's absolute certainty that this ceasefire is going to hold. But there's already scenes of people trying to get back to the homes that they had to flee in the last month and a half. Hezbollah, of course, did not want to see this ceasefire. Neither did Israel. Neither of those two parties wanted to stop this fighting. But it does appear that America and Iran have pressured them into this ceasefire. And it does feel that, you know, things could kick off very easily because Hezbollah, you know, they don't want to stop fighting Israel. They've said they wouldn't respect any deal. And Israel have reserved the right to self-defense during this ceasefire agreement. So it is very fragile. Nonetheless, welcome news indeed. And if we look at the bigger picture here when it comes to the ceasefire agreement between America and Iran, it does look like they are working towards a second round of talks in Islamabad next week. A senior Iranian official has described progress between the two sides in the last few days, courtesy of Pakistani mediators. Donald Trump is talking about the relationship between Iran and the US being in a very good place, which, you know, feels very difficult. You know, that it's a bit of a stretch of the imagination to describe their relationship as in a good place after what we've seen unfold, not just in the last 2 months, but in the last year. You know, America has been holding negotiations with Iran on multiple occasions, and both in June last year and in February this year, they've attacked Iran along with Israel while negotiations have been taking place. So there's very little trust from Tehran that this time could be any different. And the US Defense Secretary has warned Iran in the last 24 hours that they remain locked and loaded and warned them, we are watching you. There's a third US aircraft carrier on the way to the region, as well as another deployment of Marines from California who are due to be in place by the end of the month. So it feels like we've been here before. Diplomatic efforts underway at the same time as a military build-up in the region. Nonetheless, it does feel like both sides want to try and find some sort of diplomatic solution. They are very far apart in terms of what they both want from any sort of deal. Nonetheless, at least talks are hopefully happening again next week. In the meantime, though, we do have a truce. We do have a pause in fighting. It's fragile. The Strait of Hormuz remains largely paralyzed to commercial shipping. Markets around the world are being hit by fuel shortages and price rises. So it does feel like the region at the moment, as well as the rest of the world when it comes to the economic impact, are in a rather tense holding pattern.
All right, Sally, for now, in Dubai, thanks for that. More, of course, from Sally and team throughout the day.
Now, music fans are calling on the government to give them a greater say on the policies that safeguard the industry. A fan-led review has set out 50 recommendations, including banning ticket resale above face value. Our correspondent, Oliver Whitfield-Miocic, has all the details. What do we need to know?
So this fan-led review is basically 4,000 fans been in touch with the Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee in Parliament, and they've come up with 50 recommendations for what the government should do to protect the music industries that so many people love. It's a huge cultural part of our identity. They say it's something that needs to be celebrated because the UK has brought some classic genres to the scene, including dubstep, drum and bass, wicked, Jungle is Massive.
21 seconds to go, Ollie.
There we go. But also saying that fans feel like they are being ripped off. They've got the surge pricing, dynamic pricing, as it's also known, that we saw with Oasis when they went on tour, which is where the demand and supply ratios come into effect. And basically, if there's enough demand that's seen by the algorithms, the ticket prices shoot up, and you could be stood next to somebody in the same concert and you'll have paid hundreds of pounds more than what that person will have. So it's really calling for the government to try to support the music industry, because it goes through quite a lot of pressure, especially those smaller venues, which is where a lot of the up-and-coming artists start their careers out before then going to represent the UK on the international stage.
And will any of the money that is being made by those big venues and by the ticketing companies, will that get its way back to those smaller venues?
That is what this report is calling for. A little bit like what happens with football, where the Premier League then supports grassroots football. Whether it will happen remains to be seen, because it would mean that a levy would have to be brought in, so essentially a tax on some of the bigger music events. And you can imagine that those music promoters are going to say that's not something that we want to see happening.
Yeah, difficult to bring in those kind of price controls, but perhaps necessary if you want to keep those venues alive and viable. All right, Ollie, for now, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, still to come on Sky News Breakfast. We'll be talking about all the fallout from the Mandelson story. Today we'll be talking to Alex Burgart from the Conservatives.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
Perfect. Let's bring you some breaking news.
Being a Sky News presenter. I began by asking.
Thank you so much.
Trusting us to tell her story. The battle for number 10. Sky News has been given exclusive access.
Let me give you a sneak peek.
It was the day those present would never forget.
Why did you decide to open up and tell your story?
I urge you not to look away. If Hamas hands the hostages over, they will end this conflict. The world has been watching. Good to see you again. How are you? Did she say how he was?
The conditions are awful.
The jets were ordered to come back. Historic day here today. How will you respond if India does launch airstrikes?
They'll be all out to war.
I'm just going to put some body armor on. I'm Yalda Hakim.
Well, let's get more now on the fallout over Lord Mandelson's appointment as US ambassador that continues to haunt Sir Keir Starmer's premiership. Let's speak to the Conservatives. Pleased to say we're joined by Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Alex Burghardt is here this morning. Good day to be in opposition, isn't it?
Yeah, well, look, thanks for having me on. I think the position the government's got itself into, the position the Prime Minister's got himself into is just really awful. And it's just a whole series of lies and incompetencies and deceptions that are now reaching the very, very top of government. And, you know, we've seen the ambassador to Washington resign, we've seen the Cabinet Secretary resign, the Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister, the Chief of Comms in Number 10, and now the most senior Mandarin in the Foreign Office. But no politician is taking responsibility, and this was the Prime Minister's decision. He knew that he was taking a risk when he appointed Peter Mandelson. It's on him. We now, I think, see as well that the security services had raised important concerns, and those were either kept from Number 10 or Number 10 forgot that they heard them. And either way, it's incredibly serious. Either it's massive incompetency or it's deception, or it's both.
But how much are you genuinely concerned about standards, parliamentary standards, or how much for you is this about being a useful political row?
Oh, of course it's a useful political row, but it's a very serious subject. And, you know, the Conservatives, Kemi, pushed on this right from the start because we could see that something wrong had been done. And, you know, we had that vote in the Commons a few weeks ago where we forced the government to start publishing documents about Peter Mandelson's appointment. When they did publish those documents, there was nothing about the security vetting in. And that, again, just very strongly suggests that there is a cover-up going on here. There's an attempt to keep information away from people.
I'll push back on that, if you don't mind. The defence of Labour, the government, they've acted decisively. They've made Sir Olly Robbins leave office. He's no longer there. What Kemi Badenoch is saying is that essentially the Prime Minister lied. That's a really serious charge.
It is.
So are you saying that he knowingly did this, or is it more of a case that he's not got a grip on the detail, which isn't a great look either way?
It's not a great look either way. There are a number of things that show that he has behaved totally inappropriately. The first is that Kemi asked him in the House of Commons in February, was Mandelson given security vetting and did it throw up any issues about Mandelson's relation with Epstein? And the Prime Minister said yes. Now, that very seriously suggests that not only was the Prime Minister aware of the vetting process, but that he was in the loop. And the second thing is that we're told that the Prime Minister knew about this on Tuesday night. Yeah, you have a solemn responsibility, if you're the Prime Minister, when you think you've told the House something that's wrong, to immediately correct the record. And there should have been a statement on Wednesday, certainly on Thursday, but actually they never came clean. They only admitted what was going on when investigative journalists said, we have the story and we're running it. It was only when The Guardian broke the story that Number 10 said anything about it. They were in hiding. They're trying to keep this away from people. They're trying not to take responsibility. And the person at the top of this, who is in charge of this mess, is the Prime Minister. It's on him.
Yeah, the Prime Minister said, look, he's furious about what's happened. He has said it's a Foreign Office decision that he wasn't made aware of. How can they act when they don't have the information, so say the government? OK, so we know that the Prime Minister was shown this due diligence documents by the Cabinet Office. We've seen that document. We know that the Prime Minister read it. He's admitted that he read it. In it, it said
basically, don't appoint this guy. He's been fired twice before. He's got a load of suspect business connections, and he maintained his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Don't do it. The Prime Minister decided to go ahead with it anyway. It is inconceivable that in those circumstances the Prime Minister wouldn't say, you better do the vetting properly. You know, you better do the security vetting properly, because we're going to have to give this guy access to state secrets. So either the Prime Minister didn't keep an eye on that process, in which case it's deeply incompetent, or he did, as was suggested in the comments that he made to Kemi in February, and he did know about it, and now he doesn't want to remember that he did.
OK, before we let you go, what should happen next?
I think the Prime Minister needs to come to the House of Commons on Monday and explain himself. But I think he needs to take responsibility. I don't think he deserves to carry on being Prime Minister anymore.
OK, we'll leave it there. Alex Burgart, thank you for your time this morning. Appreciate it. Still to come on Mornings on Sky News, we've got a special report from Sky's Stuart Ramsey. This is inside Cuba as the country feels the effects of America's ongoing oil blockade. He'll be in the studio live with us. Stay with us.
Now, President Trump has threatened to take Cuba as his de facto blockade on the country's oil enters into its fourth month. Now, inside Cuba, blackouts and food shortages are widespread. Our chief correspondent, Stuart Ramsey, went to the capital, Havana, and witnessed the impacts on everyday life.
Cuba remains an incredibly important and influential country in the Caribbean. Its problems, though, with fuel supplies, with an economy that's crumbling and a health service doesn't work, has gone on for decades, of course, though it's definitely getting worse because of the oil blockade that President Trump has imposed.
Hay muchas cosas que funcionan a través de combustible y entonces a la vez que no tenemos combustible estamos prácticamente paralizados.
A lot of people say it's worse than it's ever been. Now, the president has said that he expects to focus his attention on Cuba after he's dealt with Venezuela, of course, and Iran.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba.
Certainly we know that the Americans and the Cubans are talking, but what does this all mean for the people of Cuba? What will this country look like when the blockade is lifted?
Well, I'm pleased to say that Stuart is here with us in the studio. Now, Stuart, great to have you with us, and fantastic reporting, as always, from you, Dominica, and the rest of the team. What did you find when you went there? What did you expect to find, and what did you actually find?
I expected there to be a fair amount of poverty, right? People have been going to Cuba for a very long time. It's not been a well-run system. It's been under sanctions from the United States for decades and decades. But I didn't expect to see such levels of poverty and a system completely falling apart. Since this blockade began at the beginning of the year. The country is very dependent upon oil supplies for virtually everything. And without that, everything falls apart. You didn't see the levels of rubbish you're seeing on the street. You didn't have people sleeping rough. Those general levels of... The people were fed by the government, but now the shops that fed them are empty. And I think we've really reached a critical point for Cuba as to what can they do to survive? Because they can't just last like this. And it's probably, you could easily argue, very inhumane, actually.
And what we're hearing from the regime in Cuba, how do people feel? Because when I visited, 20-odd years ago now, Stuart, it's a very different Cuba that you present to us today.
I think it has changed fundamentally. I think under President Obama, things got much better. Well, we know that tourism started again. There was a relaxation on the sanctions. That has fundamentally changed. Now, does President Trump want regime change? Well, yes, but perhaps he'd prefer to have regime compliance. But they don't have the things like Venezuela has, as in oil. They don't have those sort of things that he needs. But he has advisors who are obviously American Cubans, and they are much more hawkish. They would like to see massive changes there. Interestingly, you didn't see people talking to me about welcoming the United States, welcoming Donald Trump. They're actually quite happy with their country. They would just like the sanctions to be lifted, and they would like their government to allow them to do business and not control everything, not, if you like, a communist way of doing things. But that is a fundamental difference to saying, please come in and take over our country.
Stuart, look, you've reported from the Caribbean, you've been to Haiti. Your reporting from Haiti was a society on the verge of collapse. How does Cuba compare? I suppose it doesn't have the violence of Haiti right now? But...
It doesn't have the violence of Haiti. There is violence there. I was talking to aid workers who were saying there is. As foreigners and tourists, you're really safe, and that is years and years of it ingrained in society. You just leave the foreigners, they bring money, right? Simple as that. But you are very safe. And being in Havana, you imagine being in a capital city where there's virtually no power on. That's a pretty scary place. It's looking like Haiti. It doesn't have the violence of Haiti. It doesn't have the gangs, because the government structures are pretty strong. You know, the security services are strong. Whether that's a veneer or not, you don't know, because, for example, we were worried about whether we'd be followed around, but most people said to us, you know, no fear, because they haven't got any petrol. They couldn't follow you if they wanted to. So that's the situation. But it's beginning to look like Haiti, which I also didn't expect.
And what are the UN saying about this? I mean, this blockade, how legal is it, and what
well, you know, it's a real funny one, because, and it's something we talk about. So Cuba is massively important to the Caribbean nations, and they care a lot about it. Yes, there's condemnation of the blockades going on from the UN. I'm not sure President Trump, or in fact, does anyone listen to the UN anymore? They don't seem to have the authority they used to have. So I think the international community, and I suspect the best hope for Cuba is that they'd come up with reasonable negotiations with the United States, and that President Trump doesn't feel that he has to go in militarily, because I think that would be disastrous.
And drop communism.
Well, that's what they may have to do, but they might be able to change it. Listen, China does very well. It allows private transactions to take place. I think Cuba would possibly move towards that.
stuff. All right, Stuart, thank you so much for that.
Thanks so much.
Scan that QR code, watch Stuart and team's full film. Well worth your time today.
Yeah. Now, an ambitious prison officer, a killer and, well, a brutal ambush. That's at the centre of a new drama exploring the criminal underworld.
Yeah, Prisoner is a 6-part Sky original. It's set to be released later on this month. Let's take a little look.
You'll be bringing a prisoner to London.
Get me out of here! What are you doing?
It's my job to get you to court. Who are these people trying to kill you?
My former employers. Amber, who are these people? You will have to decide how much blood on your hands you can live with.
Well, 2 of the actors join us in the studio from the series. Want to welcome Izuka Hoyle and to hear Ramin, who are with us this morning.
Thanks for being with us.
It's great, isn't it? That sizzle that we got there, that insight, you know, 2 people locked together, having to trust each other when they clearly really don't. I mean, Izuka, what drew you to the role?
I mean, that part, that's the most interesting part, I think, having 2 morally very different characters and people being handcuffed together, given the same objective, and throughout that journey, seeing how that changes them, how that changes their relationship with each other, also their relationship with themselves. Physically, it's like a real challenge, but very fun.
And tell us about the work then, I guess, the shooting of it, because it's an action thriller, there was lots of action involved.
Yeah, there's a lot of action at the core of this show, but not only, there's a lot of emotion as well. But yeah, the action part was so cool. I always wanted to be a part of an action piece, but when the action is not gratuitous, which is the case here, rooted in the story and the drama, it's even better.
Excellent. I mean, do you find that things can be too violent sometimes, some shows?
Sorry, come again?
Can shows be too violent sometimes? Do you see that too gratuitous?
It depends on the way you portray violence, how you sell it, you know. Like, if it's fantasized, like in a Tarantino movie, for example, there's like tons of blood everywhere. It's just not possible. It's not real. So it depends on the way you direct it.
Yes. And then, Izuka, Amber, the character that you play, she faces this kind of impossible dilemma, essentially. I want to understand what you learnt about her as a character, her strength and flaws.
Yeah. Well, I think what's really interesting is that she's so morally just, she's so principled as a person, and throughout her journey with Tibor, she starts to question those things, question her morality and the morality of other people and whatnot. I think that's where I was most interested by that, you know.
Go on. You have to.
No, I just wondered, there'll be lots of younger people wanting to break into this industry.
Yeah.
We're seeing the finished product here on our screens right now. Talk to me a bit about the work that you had to put in as, you know, as an actor, young actor carving out in this industry that for so many people it feels like it's shrinking.
For sure. I mean, I was very lucky in the sense that I had to get this role, I had the standard audition process, you know. I had to tape and then did recalls and then more recalls and then got the role. And once I secured the role, I was quite anal about the prep. It was the preparation, I think, for anyone that wants to act and loves to act and even when that role comes for them, it's in the preparation, you know. Make sure that whatever it is, for me, for Amber, so much of it is rooted in her motherhood storyline. And everything in that, so just rooting a lot of my preparation in that and then trusting that and getting to play with such unbelievable actors and work with unbelievable writer, Matt Charman. I think that is, you know, enjoy that when it comes, if you can, take it very seriously.
I mean, how much of that do you relate to, Taha? I mean, it is, for young people, a difficult industry to get into, right?
Oh, it's I think you have to keep dreaming. All the way and keep working hard. If you don't believe in yourself, no one will do. Yeah, it's about hard work. It's about trying to learn every day something to get better as an actor and just dive in, you know, just try it. If you stay in your room and you know, you don't move, you don't do anything, take action.
Living your life as well, right? Making sure when you're chasing the dream and it's not potentially working then and there, that to portray life, you must live it. So making sure that you are living as much as you can so you have more in the can to play with.
And
Solid
now,
advice.
I'm so sorry, guys, I need the gossip on set because we saw that scene, you know, literally handcuffed together.
Yeah.
Were they kind of challenging? Can you dig the dirt on
Tough
that?
cuffs, yeah. Have you got, like, marks in?
I like that, tough cuffs. That's a good one. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah. We had loads of different pairs. We had rubber handcuffs, plastic handcuffs, steel handcuffs, anti-lock, safe lock.
Excellent.
We were harnessed together at points, so it wasn't just our wrists that would take each other's body weight. We had an invisible rope that would go through our sleeves to attach to each other, so we would have that. We had a week, we call it the week that got out of hand, the stunt week before we even started training, where we met each other. Hi, nice to meet you, here's a resistance band, see how much you can pull and push each other.
Had you done that kind of physical acting before in your careers, before sort of doing
Not really. I did a little, but it wasn't, it was one of the things that drew me in, you know. And in this case, we had like such a beautiful and good stunt team.
Yeah.
And I had a great partner because, you know, being handcuffed to somebody, if it's not a great person, then it can be a nightmare. And I got lucky enough to have the Zoom.
Yeah, it'd be locked together. Can't avoid.
Yeah, that thing is small.
Really small.
Small. But they got a door, didn't they, in the toilet this time?
It all worked.
They had a toilet this time.
Yeah.
But it didn't work. Anyway, we're digressing. So, look, where did you film all of this? Was it in the UK?
Yeah, most of it was in Wales, South
Not bad.
Wales. Yeah. Did quite a bit of it all over there. Short, tiny bit in London, and used BBC Row Studios for some of it in Cardiff as well.
Nice one. That's so important. Grassroots filming in this country is hugely important. OK, so anyone about to watch this series, what will they take away from it? Or what do you hope that they'll take from it?
No spoilers.
I think that they will go in being enticed by the kind of high-octane, high-action crime thriller which we, as a British public, love to consume. But at the heart of the story is a drama between these two characters, a drama around an every woman, a new mother going back to her first day at work after taking maternity leave for 6 months, and then suddenly her whole world is turned upside down. I think audiences maybe are, just because of the way that we create the show, you see a lot of it through Amber's eyes. So you're almost placed in the role of the every woman in a not everyday situation. So I think hopefully they'll start to question their own morality and what they think they would do versus what they think they would do by the end of it.
It's always important. And Taha, obviously, guess you start off, you're the criminal who is being transported, so you're the bad guy. I'm sure there's a redemption story in there somewhere. So what's it like doing that, and what should people take away from your character?
It was pretty cool because, you know, when you're an actor and you take a part like this, you're allowed to play a baddie, which is kind of funny somehow. But what's more important is that there's a beautiful journey. You may think that he has no empathy, no morality, but over time, he starts to develop more empathy for Amber and her family. So the journey is pretty cool. And they bond, and, you know, I don't want to spoil it.
No spoilers.
You'll see what happens.
It's going to be on Sky.
But it's always good, isn't it, to play the bad guy, I think? It's always good to play the bad guy.
It's good, yeah. You have fun.
Darth Vader's my favourite.
Darth Vader.
Absolutely. All right, guys, thank you so much for that. Where can we see it? It's going to be on Sky Atlantic.
Yes.
30th of April.
On the 30th of April, Sky
And Now
Atlantic
TV.
And Now. So there's loads of places to watch it. Let's take a look at the weather.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
We can expect rain today, but high pressure will bring settled, if slightly cooler conditions over the weekend. Northern and western Britain will see morning rain, which will be heavy in places, and there'll be some blustery showers too. The rain will turn increasingly patchy as it moves east, with showers following to Scotland, but the southeast looks fine. Meanwhile, Ireland and Northern Ireland will see rain developing widely by lunchtime, but there'll be some sunny spells too. It'll be a bit warm, especially in the southeast, but there will be a brisk wind as well. As the rain edges east this afternoon, more of England and Wales will turn dry and sunny, but it won't reach the southeast until the evening. Elsewhere, more showers to come.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
OK, that's the weather. This is the sport. Queen Jackie is here with everything we need to know.
There you are.
I'm not queen yet. Do you know that programme, then? That is a sort of programme, prisoner, you cannot watch before going to bed.
Oh, no, you'd be too excited.
No, because you would literally be so hyped up going to bed, getting up for an early.
No
it would
way.
end up being an absolute
It's also the kind of thing
sleeping
you can't just watch one. You're going to end up binging a few of them because you need to see how it ends.
But it's good after this show, you know, in the afternoon to watch.
You need to wake up. If you're watching football last night, it was great news for all teams involved. Forest fan here on my right, great news for him. Villa, amazing. Crystal Palace also. We'll be talking about how they all got through in Europe to their respective semi-finals, and also looking ahead to that massive match in the Premier League at the weekend. It's Manchester City against Arsenal. Who will come out on top, or will they share the points? All to come.
A lifeline for millions of people living on both sides of one of the most volatile international borders.
It's dams like these that have become inflection points between the two nuclear-armed neighbours, which could potentially lead to water wars in the future. A terror attack has shattered the peace and tranquility of Kashmir. At least 26 people have been killed and as many injured when militants fired upon them. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
The old and young, all weary after being trapped for days as the worst floods have hit Kerala in a century.
3 days we are on a rooftop. They have no food, nothing.
The roads have been inundated. The only way out is to get people by boat. There have been reported deaths and many injuries, several critical.
Many families will grapple with the unimaginable loss of one of the worst disasters in India's aviation history.
The spiraling violence between two nuclear-armed neighbours that harbour decades of hostility just seems to be getting worse by the day.
Garbage dumps like this not only threaten the lives of millions of people, but also pose a deadly consequence on the environment and climate.
It is a source of death, decay, disease and pollution for hundreds of thousands of people living in its shadows.
There is so much disease because of this garbage. Sometimes it's so difficult to just breathe.
Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Over the next 45 days, an estimated 400 million Hindu pilgrims are expected to converge here in Prayagraj on the banks of the holy river Ganga and Yamuna. It's a real kaleidoscope of people from all walks of life.
Well, hello, and thank you for watching tonight on The Wrap. We will be joined by the very best commentators to explain the how and the why.
He did know what he was doing.
Both agree on that, can we?
No.
No. Can expect more analysis.
This is going to get deeper. I think it's going to end up with Russia.
Is war inevitable? What he's interested in is a deal.
That doesn't rule out strikes.
I disagree. And laughs along the way.
Plus, a look at tomorrow's headlines. The Wrap. Everything wrapped up for you from 10.
We're just bringing you some of the latest pictures now. You can see Pope Leo is arriving in Douala, Cameroon. This is ahead of a Holy Mass there. More than 1 million people, we're hearing, are expected to attend. It's one of Africa's largest ports where the Cameroonian authorities represents... there have been protests in the country. This is all to do with a disputed re-election of the long-time president. So it's a contentious place to be, but Pope Leo essentially putting himself front and centre of reaching areas of huge conflict around the world.
And speaking out against conflict.
And speaking out too.
You know, ongoing spat with the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, who called Pope Leo weak on crime. I'm not sure how a pontiff can be weak on crime, but...
And also what that crime was. He wasn't clear on that, was he?
But Pope Leo not holding back, talking about the world being ravaged by a handful of tyrants, calling for peace and basically to give peace a chance, an old refrain coming from the Pope at a time of war all across the country. Been well received in Cameroon, but as you say, going to quite a contentious place, and we'll probably hear a bit from Pope Leo if you've got anything else to say about Trump later on today. All right, well, Jackie is here with us still. Jackie, I think there's a bit to talk about from last night as well, looking ahead to the weekend.
Yeah, well,
there's a little bit from
about
last
Forest
night.
last
Just a bit, I don't mind hearing it.
Should we start with Forest?
Go
Because
on.
I mean, it was a great night for them, 1-0 against Porto. They are through for the first time to a European semi-final since 1984, Brian Clough's era, and It was an extraordinary night at the City Ground. It would have been great as a Forest fan to be there because it looked like it was really pumping, but it was quite an emotional night for the players. Morgan Gibbs-White got the only goal last night, but Elliot Anderson was the shirt that they held up before the match, after they scored the goal, and at the end. And the reason being was that Elliot Anderson wasn't playing, 23-year-old star. His mother died, and he was obviously in mourning and dealing with that, and the whole team, you know, are almost traumatised by it as well, because at the end, Morgan Gibbs-White was interviewed, and then he started becoming overwhelmed with tears and choking up himself and couldn't really finish the interview. And this is, you know, we're with you. This was their opportunity of saying, we're thinking of you, we're with you. And, you know, a horrible thing for a young lad to go through. His mum's probably been at his side for the entirety of his football career. In fact, I know she has. And then he's got to now somehow deal with that in his life, go to the World Cup, all of that. It's really, really tough. And they're in this relegation battle as well, playing Burnley at the weekend, to go from that high last night and then to navigate the league at the weekend, which everyone's got to do, of course, but it's difficult from one moment you've got an opportunity to win in Europe, the whole thing, and the next time, you know, you might not even be in the Premier League.
In the division.
You might not be in the Premier League next season. It's a really bizarre situation. They will play Villa next. Villa were great last night. Thrashed Bologna. That was kind of never in doubt. And you have to say your money probably would be on Villa to win the whole thing. A lot of people's, because Unai Emery has won it 4 times. He is the king of this Europa League competition. And in the Conference League, Crystal Palace were pretty good as well. So let's have a look at what happened. A little bit of the action from last night. With the English sides that are left, Forest through to the semi-finals. They beat Porto 2-1 on aggregate, 1-0 on the night. Morgan Gibbs-White with the decisive goal at the City Ground. That was bouncing last night. Forest will face a very familiar side next. As we said, they'll play Aston Villa, who thrashed Bologna 7-1 on aggregate, 4-0 on the night. It was a thrilling all-English semi-final set up now. And the success continued in the Conference League, where Crystal Palace are through to the last 4, despite losing 2-1 at Fiorentina on the night. Ismail Assar opening the scoring, and they go through 4-2 thanks to the 3 goals they scored in the first leg last week. All the hard work pretty much done then.
Ben, Pep Guardiola, Mikel Arteta, Sunday, it's all going to kick off.
It's quite exciting, isn't it? She said, trying to sound extremely calm, but really sounding a little tiny bit worried.
A lot of nerves.
All you have to look at how good Manchester City are at finishing. I mean, they're absolute masters of it. They are brilliant. Last 3 matches, 3-0 Chelsea win, 4-0 Liverpool, 2-0 Arsenal.
Juggernaut.
In contrast, Arsenal have not won in 5 matches, and they lost to Bournemouth last weekend. Yes, they went through in Europe in the week, which is perfect, and Declan Rice has come out with all these rallying calls saying, you know what, bring on the big matches. It's why we all play football. That's why we want to be at the top clubs. We want these moments where it's all on the line. And to be honest, you see what people are made of in moments like this. You know, sports people, when they're under the most pressure, it's the most nervous time of their life, and they somehow bring out their best performance. And that is what Arsenal have got to do when they go to the Etihad. They have got to stop Manchester City getting all 3 points, which is easier said than done. They don't tend to win there. But if you can walk away with a draw, if you can do what you did in the week to Sporting, then that perhaps would be good enough to help crawl over that line in the Premier League that, you know, they're making slightly heavy weather of at the moment. Well, I think they look tired. Honestly, in all honesty, they look tired. They've got loads of injuries. You know, there are things not in their favour, but that's life. You need to kind of get on with it. Erling Haaland said you can't really underestimate how big this match is.
We all know the importance of this game. It's like, I mean, it's like a final, like last weekend was against Chelsea. It was a final as well. Let's be honest and say that. And we have a final every single weekend now for the next, I don't know, 6 weeks. So it's a massive game. It's probably the best, the biggest and the best game it will be. So hopefully it can be an amazing game.
Well, Jackie, what I love about this, not only the scheduling about it, sorry, love, oh, no, sorry, you'll be all right, is the fact that we've got this game coming up, you know, the 2 games in hand, and what worst team to be chasing you down than Pep and this lot.
They're really good at it, and I think Pep Guardiola would just get an amazing kick out of reeling Arsenal in and winning yet another trophy. And you know, and again, Arsenal, you know, are the bridesmaid. But you know what? Let's stop talking about it. It hasn't happened yet.
Be hopeful, as I keep telling my Arsenal friends.
Plenty of time to sort this out till the end of the season. I mean, it could go down to goal difference.
That's so good.
We'll take anything.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about golf, but I feel like we've kind of run out of time to talk about Live Golf, the breakaway golf tour that really disrupted everything, and lots of chatter this week that this may not continue. It's only chatter. They have said business as usual, but it is interesting. You know, has the war in Iran impacted the Saudis and their spending regarding sport? It is an interesting conversation on many fronts: football, golf, all the rest of it.
Very possibly.
But we've run out of time.
We have, Jackie. We'll see you again tomorrow. We'll see you guys again tomorrow at the same time. Thanks for being with us. More news at the top of the hour.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
We're in an area that's just been reclaimed.
Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
People are directly protesting.
The whole neighborhood is rallied around her.
It's been impenetrable to journalists over the last 2 years of war in Sudan. I've been waiting for this for 2 years. It doesn't feel like a big homecoming. It was never going to be pretty. War isn't pretty.
This is Sky News Today. It is 10 o'clock. I'm Samantha Washington with your headlines. The Foreign Office's top civil servant quits as it's revealed Lord Mandelson was appointed US ambassador after failing security vetting. Growing pressure on the Prime Minister as he's accused of lying to Parliament. The government insists that Keir Starmer wasn't aware.
Organisations like the Foreign Office